You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
30 degrees right now, but we're getting one of those classic Rochester 30-degree swings.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be diddling 60, depending on where you are by the end of the day. Partly cloudy, but, I mean, better than that. And, a high of 50 tomorrow, mid-40s on Sunday.
Yeah, the
Rain,
weekend's going to suck.
Yeah, rain and then potential snow at points on Sunday. But, hey, enjoy tonight.
Yeah.
Huh? You got that going for you. And, look, no matter how bad things get for you this weekend, you're probably going to have a better time than one gentleman did in Greece yesterday.
What happened?
Did you not see what happened with that school bus?
Yeah, I was, did it flip or something?
So, the incident happened around 2:45 on North Greece Road and Peck Road. Police say a car blew a stop sign and hit a Greece school bus, which flipped the bus on its side.
Yeah.
To make it worse, the bus then slid down the road, hitting two other vehicles.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
So thank God, according to several news stations, no serious injuries were reported. Although, just looking at the picture, it's a very scary scene.
Yeah.
I mean, first off, you got a bus on its side.
Yeah.
One of the mothers that they talked to on one of the news stations, I forget which one, said she thought when she watched it happen, it was her kid's school bus.
Oh, man.
God
I can't
damn.
imagine.
Right? And she said she went running towards the bus, which is also a scary proposition because, look, everything worked out, thank God. But as a parent, you don't know what, I get that it's your first inclination to run there, but you don't know what you're going to find when you get there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, second, the other thing that makes it even more scary, according to 13 Wham, one of the drivers of the other cars had to be cut out of their car.
Wow.
So not the guy that hit the bus, but the other cars that the bus slid into?
Might have been the guy that hit the bus.
Oh, okay.
They're not exactly clear in the story. There's a lot of moving parts,
Yeah, no
mostly
kidding.
cars
A lot
in the
of
buses.
People involved.
But, like, despite the fact that no one was seriously injured, like, they had to use the jaws of life to get the guy out of the car.
Right.
Which, can we do a quick sidebar? I've always wanted to be able to use the jaws of life on something.
Well, why?
Because it's like the world's most powerful pair of scissors.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like fun.
No, because it's always in a situation you don't want to be in.
Okay,
You just want to play with it.
Yeah, I don't want to use it to, like, save someone's life. I
Oh,
want to
you
go to
just want to, like, cut open a car.
Yeah, I want to go to a
All right,
junkyard and
all right.
cut the roof
All
off a
right.
car. Doesn't
Gotcha.
that sound like fun?
Well, I mean, like, that might be an event we could sponsor.
Bro, you know how many guys, if we did
All of them.
Just a power tools, I don't even know, arena?
No, but this
Well,
is
you're going to be at the boot barn this
Power
weekend,
tool
right?
play yard.
Oh, okay. All right, we're getting there.
Yeah.
But you're at the boot barn this
I
weekend.
will be there tomorrow from 11 to 1.
And you're throwing axes, right?
There's an axe throwing truck, yeah.
Why wouldn't you just have, like, the jaws of life? You can get, like, some old junk car and guys get to open up the car.
Sounds like a great idea. Like, how is that any different than, like, sometimes, like, sports teams and colleges will let you smash a car with a hammer?
Yeah.
That's also
All right.
fun. You got to get there early to get to the glass.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, going back to the story.
Yeah.
With the bus on the side and one of the drivers getting cut out of the cars, that's a hell of a scene to see, not knowing the condition of any of the people. Because, like, if you're driving in that area or you watch it happen from your window, you may think there's the worst case scenario. Right? And on top of all of that, Tommy, the accident shut down that intersection for around 2 hours during rush hour in Greece.
So where is it again? It's
North Greece and Peck roads.
Is that like a big road, North Greece Road?
Every road in Greece is a big road.
Yeah.
Find me a not big road in Greece. It's just big roads connecting to other big roads. Like that's
It's a big road, but it's not usually super busy. And I'm assuming this happened at some point in the afternoon.
3:45 to 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And you can back me up on this, having grown up in the Grilton area.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense how every road in Greece is somehow a busy road. Even like quiet back roads, you're like waiting to take a left into traffic for like 5 minutes. What are you all doing out here? And like, forget about Ridge, forget about Mount Reed.
Well, Long Pond's is the big one too, right?
Yeah.
Fix the roads, guys. Do your job. Do your job. So with this bus on its side, and again, please say this happened out in Greece because somebody blew a stop sign. You want to talk about the worst time to blow a stop sign in the history of blowing stop signs.
Yeah.
And again, thank God everyone's okay. But it's hard to think of a worse thing you could hit in a more extreme way than this person
In broad
did,
daylight,
right?
where everybody's watching.
Exactly. Like, short of hitting a bus full of nuns on the way to bring, like, cancer treatment to someone who's dying.
Because even if nothing happened to the bus, you've still traumatized a whole busload of kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know what
did.
I mean?
Yeah. And like again, once the accident happens, you don't know what the situation is with the people inside, their condition.
Yeah.
You're also in a car that, again, according to 13 WHAM, you had to be cut out of.
So you're stuck.
And you got your own problems, right?
Yeah.
And I would assume, all right, here's my question. So you're all crunched up in the car.
Yep.
And you don't know if you're okay. I mean,
Yeah.
if you've ever been in an accident, there's that little while where it's like, am I bleeding inside?
You start moving your body around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to go to the bus first, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is that going to bother you?
Yeah, everybody's running towards a bus.
Well, you kind of get it because you caused the accident.
Okay,
so
but
you're kind of second on the list of things to do today.
Look, sitting here, reasonable, not being the person in that car, you're right.
Yeah.
But like we are all the main character of our own stories, right?
True.
And this might be one of the scariest things that's ever happened to you, blowing this stop sign and hitting this bus. There would have to be a little bit of animosity, like, hey, I'm over here too, guys.
Yeah.
Somebody do the EMS workers have to like consciously split to make sure that they're taking care of people at the same time?
I always thought it was like women and children first.
No, that's a Titanic.
I thought that was like standard on everything.
Well, how do you know it's only women and children in the bus? It could be a bunch of dudes and 18-year-olds, which would be men, according to the U.S. government.
Going to the man's school. I'm guessing.
By the way, if you went there, you'd have graduated, no problem. What you were saying, I'm sorry.
I'm guessing school bus trumps any other vehicle in an accident.
Okay, that would make sense, but now I'm curious. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you've worked as a volunteer firefighter, EMS person, police officer, whatever, if you get to a scene, does like the more vulnerable group...
Yeah, what comes first?
Yeah.
Because let's say I did this and I was drinking.
Yeah.
You could go get them first.
Well, you think that 3 minutes is going to sober you up?
Take your time, guys. Take your time. You know what? You guys look overheated. Take a break. I'm fine over here. I'm just sitting in a big thing of glass.
You know, the other thing with this person who allegedly blew this stop sign, right, according to police, they obviously didn't intend, and we don't even know, could have been an accident, maybe they didn't see something, whatever happened, right? But, like, you would have to feel bad about what happened looking at this whole scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you apologize
to who?
All the other people in the bus.
Yeah, well, the bus and the other two cars that were involved, right?
I mean, when you go around
shaking
hands and, hey, sorry about that.
I guess you wouldn't have a chance because a bunch of people were taken to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, and they don't want to talk to you, man.
And it's possible you didn't know that you did. I mean, I don't know if you intentionally blew the stop sign or you didn't see it or, you were unfamiliar with the area.
But you would still feel guilty. I mean, what you did caused this issue.
Saying anything.
Well, you're a selfish prick.
Yes,
and a coward.
No one hider.
Uh-huh. I was just in a car accident, so you know how my ears feel.
And they really hurt. But I would think that nobody, I think, when they get into an accident, thinks initially that they did anything wrong. Like, a lot of people may automatically blame that other person, and anger might kick in before I'm sorry does.
Okay, I think in most other instances, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
However, in the case of a school bus on its
nobody's
side,
ever got mad at a school bus driver before.
Okay, but it's one thing to yell at a school bus driver. It's another thing to hit a school bus so hard that you flipped it on its side and it kept sliding sideways.
Yeah, I guess if I was, I think the worse the accident, the less I'm saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't want to be screamed at by some bloody person.
Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah, I heard it.
They're bloody because of you.
I know, and I don't want to. I already know what I did. You know what am I apologizing for?
Causing the accident.
Well,
how did you have to ask that question? How is that even a question?
What do you say?
What did I do other than cause this accident?
I am sorry for running the stop sign and hitting your beautiful bus.
Or, like making you have to go to the hospital to get checked out, which is probably going to put a little wrinkle into your evening.
Wait, I got to go to the hospital to check on that dude?
No, well, I think everybody went to the hospital. Everybody involved.
Do you go check on the people?
I think that would be the class thing to do.
Do they want to see you?
I don't
You're the
know.
one who put me here. I think go away, bad person.
Yeah, because they're going to be pissed at you no matter what.
I don't know. Like if I was in an accident.
Yeah.
Right? And again, I say this having not been in an accident.
Well, I'm just thinking from the bus driver's perspective. Not only were you in an accident, you're responsible for all these kids, and you're at your job.
No, I get it. But like, if I get taken to the hospital, I'm not seriously hurt, and I'm just sitting there getting checked out, and that person walks in and goes, "Hey, listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Like, I didn't mean to put you in this situation." I think I would appreciate that from that person. I don't need it, but I would look at them as like a better person.
Do you have to give like a little gift?
Well, what are you going to do? Go down to the gift shop at the hospital?
Well, flowers, candy, gift cards or something?
Candy. I'll take candy.
You want candy?
What am I going to do with flowers? Wow, these are really pretty. Thank you. I'm only going to be here another hour.
Well, if it's a female bus driver, she might want flowers.
Yo, you don't know? Okay. I don't know. Do they sell flowers at the hospital?
Yeah. I thought they always did, didn't I?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah, all the dads still smoke outside the delivery room too. Do they sell flowers at the hospital?
I haven't been in a hospital in so long, man.
I was living in a hospital for like
Yeah.
2 separate
Yeah,
occasions.
that's right,
I don't know
yeah.
if they sell flowers at all.
They probably do.
My dad's not a big flower guy.
But hospitals have everything now. I mean, they have like a full like coffee shop in there. They have salad bars. I think they have movie
They
night.
don't have movie night.
They got movie night for the kids.
You know what I heard?
There.
Hospitals
Yeah.
out of control.
Absolutely.
Hospitals are out of control.
You even said the food's fantastic now.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. The best restaurant in Rochester is the cafeteria at Strong.
Yeah.
And if they didn't charge for parking, I would eat lunch there every
So
single
that's
day.
what I'm saying. They
Like,
jazzed it up. You
af-
don't even need to stop by. They're too busy.
After my dad had his heart attack, and I started getting upset when he was getting better because it meant I didn't get to eat lunch every day at the store. Like I was like pulling tubes out of his arm, like hoping we get to stay a little bit longer. Hey, Dad, what's this pillow smell like? 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this accident yesterday on North Grease and Pack Roads. Happened around 2:45. A school bus gets hit by someone who police say blew a red light. The bus flips on its side, continues to slide down the road, hits 2 other cars. It sounds like the person who blew the stop sign had to be cut out of their car despite this insane scene right as rush hour is starting.
Yeah.
No serious injuries, thank God, but it creates a whole bunch of more drama. I do feel bad for the bus driver here.
Yeah.
Only because I think there's always instant suspicion when a person who drives for a living is involved in an accident.
Bus drivers haven't had a very good run in the last couple of years. So, yes.
Well, wait.
There's a lot of guilt by
What do you mean?
association with bus drivers.
Wait. There's only been like 5 stories of the thousands of bus drivers in
And
our
it's
area.
I know,
been,
but
like,
they all
across the
make the
country.
news. Like every time a bus is in an accident, it makes the news.
Yeah.
They're a big car.
Yeah, I know.
Big old car.
So
yellow.
they're never shown in a good light.
Okay. No, but you also make the assumption that whenever anyone drives professionally in an accident, it's their fault. For example, we talked the other day about that tractor trailer down 390 south of us that was hanging off a bridge. And we knew nothing about what happened with that accident. But you just assumed they did something wrong to put themselves there.
Yeah, I do.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
But kind of stupid to me.
Well,
Dangling over the bridge.
Nobody's like, here's a genius idea. Let me dangle the cab of my truck over this bridge.
Maybe it's too much truck for you.
You drove a pickup truck, and that was too much truck for you. You needed a block to step up and get in the truck, man. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes from Dave. Dave says, I live half a mile from there. It ruined my night, too. It was hard for me to get home. It took me an extra 45 minutes. Well, we're sorry, buddy, that it didn't work out for you.
But he probably didn't even know what happened at the time. He was probably just stuck in traffic, getting pissed.
I don't know. This story spread fast. And it also, I think that speaks to the town of Greece, right? Like, whenever something happens in the town of Greece, everybody knows about it instantly. And maybe I'm wrong. This is just anecdotal. Tommy, it seems like when something bad happens on the east side, there's a couple of days, and then we hear like 3 days ago, this happened.
Yes.
And it's like, whoa. Whenever anything happens on the west side, the second it has happened, it is all over social media, it is all over the news, and everybody is talking about it.
Well, because there's so many big families on the west side.
What do you mean by big families?
Like if you see a bus, probably you got a cousin or a second cousin in that bus. There's a Tony or a Dominic you're related to on that bus.
You're Sicilian.
Yes, I am. So I know of what I speak.
No, is that what you do?
Yeah.
Kimmy, am I wrong there based on the stories
I guess
we've
I've
seen?
never noticed that.
Well, it's a lot of big mouths over there, a lot of know-it-alls, blowhards.
Yeah. I just think
Loud.
I think Rochester in general were very quick to the gossip. You think it's worse on the east side or on the west side?
I'm just thinking because like the stories we cover, usually when they're east side stories, we have to say like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, late last week, blah, 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 blah. Whereas this story happened 12 hours ago, and we have all of the details. We've seen multiple different angles. There's been interviews with like 15 people who were witnesses.
Yes.
Like it's not. Now, granted, it's a big scene, right? In one of the biggest suburbs in America. It's still a little bit weird. Like I should know all that I know about this story, and it happened a little over 12 hours ago.
That's true.
All right. So with that being said, be careful out there on the roads.
Watch the signs.
Children are most precious natural resource.
Mm-hmm.
Remember.
Yes.
We have a dynamite, don't hit that school bus kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cat coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And you just mentioned I'm going to be at the Boot Barn in
Yeah.
Henrietta. Yep, Saturday from 11 to 1. It's going to be a blast. There's a axe throwing truck, a beer tasting, live entertainment, a mechanical bull, and me.
I don't think there's an axe throwing truck.
Yeah, that's what they told me. There's a
No,
truck.
I think you're throwing axes at a
Maybe
target.
it's like a traveling.
I don't think
I forgot.
I don't think you're throwing axes at a truck.
I'm sorry. I forgot that you were there when they were telling me what was happening.
An axe throwing truck.
I
Well,
think
they
it's a truck
probably
you
go
back
in-
up and
yeah.
you throw the. It's
Yeah.
like an axe. Yes.
It's like a mobile axe throwing thing.
All right.
I was in a meeting about this.
Wait,
You've
did you
never
think
been
people were
near.
throwing
It
axes
just
at
didn't
a
make
truck?
sense to me the way you said it, is all I'm asking.
It's like saying, it's not a food truck. You can't eat a truck, idiot. Your truck's not made out of food, stupid. Anyway,
So what they got?
well, we had brought this up on Tuesday. And we started talking about cowboy boots, which made you fly off the handle for some reason. And in that conversation,
Yeah.
we got a tweet from a woman who said something about that conversation turned her on. That there is something you would never imagine that she sees on men that she's like, yeah.
Oh.
And it turns out maybe, just maybe, the least sexual thing men put on matters to the ladies when it comes to their pants. Yeah.
Okay.
Or their trucks that you clearly can't eat because it's not made out of food. We'll get to that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, it is concert season. In fact, there's a bunch of
slammed.
It's all over the place. There's more concerts. Tickets are going on sale for the first time today. And there are some groups that you will go see because you believe you're seeing them for the last time.
Yeah. The final tour.
They'll even say out loud, this is the final tour. This is your warning to beware because the Rolling Stone put out a great article yesterday about the amount of legendary bands that have done that farewell
The final tour.
and how long they continued to go
Yes.
afterwards. Not only that, there have been lawsuits due to paperwork signed about final tours. We'll get into the whole thing next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You smell that, Tommy?
Yeah, what is it?
It's beer, it's the sun, it's the grass, it's popcorn and hot dogs. It's concert time, baby.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
It's right around the corner, right? Like you got all these
Yeah.
shows that are releasing tickets for sale over the next couple of weeks for the first time. Maybe
Exciting.
you folks, already have some tickets for shows at CMAC and Darien Lake and places like that.
Yeah.
And there are a ton of different reasons to go to concerts, but I think one of the most motivating reasons is you get scared that this might be the last time you could ever see this person.
Well, some of these people have been around since dirt.
In fact, some of them will say out loud, "This is it.
Yeah.
Here is your lesson to never trust those people." You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, it's a story that jams together two stories we talked about yesterday in a completely different way.
Oh.
Because the fact that this man got away with this much of this product from a store shoplifting is amazing. And how he was going to make money on it is also interesting, because we talked yesterday about how curious you would be about someone, a child, selling candy, right? What about a grown-ass man?
What?
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So Rolling Stone put out a great article yesterday.
Yeah.
And as we come into the concert season, there are a couple of artists that are coming through our area where you worry this might be the last time I get to see them.
Yeah.
In fact, there are artists, like we just said, who will bill some tours as the farewell tour. This is your last chance. But never, ever, ever trust a musician. Because Rolling Stone put together a comprehensive list of artists who made the final tour announcement only to go back on what they said. For example, Kiss says they just did their last show ever 2 months ago, and they say they will never, ever perform again. And for some reason, their fans believe them, despite the fact that they already said that all the way back in 2001 on Kiss's final tour ever. And it only took them a year before they went back out and toured again.
Because the money's so good, right?
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
And it's easy. They've been doing this same set forever.
But to change your idea 12 months later,
Yeah.
like,
Right.
we're done, it's over. You're like, hey, you know what? Let's go back and do it again.
Is Elton John on that list?
Elton John claimed he was finished in 1977.
Yeah, I mean, he's done this multiple times.
So no joke. Elton John did
77. I was still in high school
he did a farewell tour
in 77.
40 years before he did what he says is his last tour last summer. And that's even if that's his last tour. It's not out of the question he goes out one more time. Ozzy Osbourne had his farewell tour in 1992.
God damn.
And then he was back on the road 3 years later.
Yeah.
His farewell tour happened before he came up with the concept of Ozfest, which is one of the most successful rock and roll festivals in the history of concerts.
Yeah.
Is it frustrating or is it exciting when a band that says, okay, we're done, decides to go back out and do it again?
Well, I mean, after a while, though, you kind of tune it out, right?
Do you? Oh, you mean the announcement of this is our last ever tour? Okay.
Because I think the Stones have done this before.
I believe you're right, yeah. 57 times.
Yeah.
Well, like, I guess what I'm getting at is, like, if the band that you love, that you love seeing, has done this a couple of times, you tune it out.
And not only a couple times, but like back to back. Like there wasn't even like a couple years in between where you thought, oh, maybe they really are done. It's almost like they go from one tour to the next. So they don't even leave any room for you to wonder if it was their last tour.
I mean, there are certain bands, like if I was a fan of them, I think I would go just based on their age and how accident prone they are. Like Aerosmith. Like Aerosmith, they fall off stages. They hurt themselves in multiple ways.
Yep.
If I love Aerosmith based on their age and how they hurt themselves, I think I would go to see a show.
They're like a band full of panda bears, where they're just always finding ways to get hurt.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So Aerosmith is supposed to be going on their farewell tour coming up, but things keep pushing that back. There's no guarantee that tour is going to come off.
Right.
But I guess what I'm asking is, like, let's say you're a fan of, I don't know, Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
And Pearl Jam says we're going on our last tour ever. Pearl Jam has never said we're doing a last tour. So you would take that band at their word.
Yeah.
So Pearl Jam goes on their last tour ever. Their ticket prices skyrocket because you want to make sure you see Eddie Vedder before it's all done.
Yeah.
And then 3 years later, they go, you know what, we're coming back out again. Does that piss you off?
That would piss me off.
But you get to see them one more time at least.
I mean, you did go.
But I thought I was getting this unique experience that I could brag about. I was there for their final tour. Not so much.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you excited for multiple farewell tours? If you've gone to the farewell tour, if it's over, you think it's finished, would you buy a ticket for them going back out on the road again? Because you do feel like you're lied to.
No, you were lied to.
And you look at these bands as like part of your family, part of your life. Like you have this emotional connection through their music.
But you may also not really care if let's say you're seeing like the whole band or like you're concerned that like somebody's health could suffer soon. So like maybe you buy that ticket even if they do continue on for a few more years because you know it could be coming to an end soon, even if it's not this year.
Okay, but then we'll bring the Stones up again. I mean, you look at Keith, he's supposed to have died 30 times in the last 20 years. He fell out of a tree, coconut tree, hit his head.
Yeah.
This was what, like 15 years ago? And he was on death's door. And that guy's gone on like 5 tours since.
Yeah. So maybe there's no rush to it anymore.
Well,
but then, of course, they're also getting old.
Right, that's what I mean.
At any moment,
You don't know.
Somebody
when
has a
it's
heart
coming.
attack and they're gone.
Well, okay, going back to the Stones again. You bring on Charlie Watts, a drummer, right? Like, you're not going to get to see that inclination of the Stones that toured for 40 years nonstop.
But if you're the side guys...
Don't you dare call Charlie Watts a side guy. I'll punch you.
He is a side guy.
I will punch you like Charlie Watts hits that snare
Tommy's
drum.
weird about like drummers too.
Well,
right?
nobody goes to the concert. You wouldn't go to a Stones concert and go, hey, how did Charlie do?
Well, but
Was
it's
Charlie really on tonight?
still a piece of the band.
Okay, can we cap how many old man waves he gets to do per show? Because I feel like he's saying things just
starting
to get to the
early
wave now. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Rolling Stone puts out a great article. It's essentially an encyclopedia of bands and artists that said we're doing our last ever tour, and then said, oh look, we're back again. They talk about Kiss in 2001, goes on tour again. Elton John did his final tour ever in 1977. He just did what he said is his final tour ever in 2024. Ozzy Osbourne did it in 92. It feels like the only way you can be sure that a band is done touring is if most of the members have died.
Yeah. But even those bands keep chugging along, right?
Skinnered right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're right. Like, they put out
It's a brand. You're just going to see the brand now.
And then I don't know what the draw is. If you're like a super fan of that band, do you care if it's the final tour if it's not like the person you wanted to see?
Well, I mean, what's unique about Skinnered is...
There's been so many versions of it.
Well, I mean, a lot of the guys that aren't the original members have still been in the band for 20, 30 years touring, and there's blood relation to all of them, right?
That
Southern
helps.
blood, son.
Not foreign blood, Southern blood. So, like, I get the draw to going to see Skinnered because there's still decades of heritage in that band, even though nobody left in that band was an original member of that band.
But the other problem is with these farewell tours, these cover bands now sound just as good, maybe even better than the actual band does now because they're younger and they sound better.
You're right. I mean, locally, you got the Zac Brown tribute band.
Right.
They do a great job. Not that they're better than Zac Brown. Like, we talked, Brit Floyd is coming to Rochester.
Right.
And I know you can't see Pink Floyd together, but I went and saw Almost Queen, and it was one of the best concert experiences I've ever had in my life, period.
And they probably sound better than if Queen was still doing it as old men.
Okay. You can take shots at Charlie Watts
Freddie
first.
Mercury with
You're
that
going to offend him.
Old man overbite.
Don't you dare say bad things about Freddie Mercury. I will get out of this chair.
I already waved once today. I'm going to give it a rest.
Yeah, bull crap. I give it 15 minutes. The old man wave's coming back. You're wearing too much gray to not old man wave twice. So what the best part about this article in the Rolling Stone about the farewell tour that turns out to be not farewell. The farewell tour is such a load of bull crap.
Yes.
There are even legal issues that have popped up in the past because of it.
So, like, who's suing?
There are 3 bands that have signed legal documents saying it would be their last ever tour. Skinnered was actually one of them. Back in 2022, they signed a document saying we will never tour again. Then they went back out on tour. Slayer signed a legal document in 2019 saying this will be our final tour ever. They're going back on the road this summer. Even Frank freaking Sinatra.
Yeah, I was about to say, because that came to my mind when he did his farewell tour and then went back and did way more work.
In 71,
he
said it was his final tour. He was done for good. And then 2 years later, he went out and performed again pretty much until the day he died.
Yeah.
But some of these bands faced lawsuits from venues that booked them thinking they overpaid. They thought they were getting the last show ever. And then all of a sudden, hey, we're back out again.
I didn't think about that. Yeah. The venue gets boned.
But it's also funny, too, that even back in 1971, they had the wherewithal to make Sinatra sign something saying you're not coming back out. Like, has this been a thing? I always think of the farewell tour being BS, something that happens in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
As like classic rock stars get older. But was this happening for like big bands too?
Big bands, actors. I remember when Clint Eastwood said when I think after he did one of those films that was it. He was going to just be behind the scenes guy.
Okay.
And then he did Gran Torino. And then he did another. I think he did 2 or 3 more movies after that.
Okay, but see, you don't even have to remember them because they're all the same movie.
They are.
Similar characters.
Old man has story that will get other old men that watch it hurt doing the same thing.
And I get it, though, right? All this money is just laying there. And to your point, you could do these jobs with your eyes closed.
Okay, but here's the thing, and this is what bothers me about it. I get that going on a tour as a 50, 60, 70-year-old person is grinding. Like, painful.
Kinda.
Bro.
So when Sinatra came here, it was like one of those final tours, right? So he flies in.
Yeah.
His wife stays on the plane. They take him over to the auditorium, right? And it's karaoke. They had gigantic screens with the songs on it. And, he's just walking through the show.
Okay, but, bro, he's in his 80s at that point.
Oh, yeah. But you're just getting just out of bed Frank.
Okay. Think of the average 80-year-old in America right now.
I watched one on TV last night.
And what that person could do for 40 minutes to an hour. And the fact that Frank Sinatra, and I'm not even a Sinatra fan. You know that I think Sinatra just says words to music.
Right, yeah.
Doing a thing in New York City. This is every song I ever talked. It's still impressive that an 80-year-old man is going to give you 60 minutes of entertainment.
But that's not what you're...
Well, that's what you're paying for. You know what you're paying for.
But at least you're just going to see
Empire State Building, New York Yankees. I'm talking along with the trombone. It's still impressive.
I was going to say, and I would think like that's like the perfect old man. You could do that for a longer time than most types of music.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the one act that's impressive is Mick, because he still moves in his 70s. Like, he puts in the work.
Well, look, I mean, he legitimately physically trains for the shows, and you can go look at it online.
Billy Joel ain't training.
Well, what does he have to train his fingers on your mom?
I would love it. Billy Joel banged my mom. You wouldn't love it if Billy Joel laid down with your mother and you could talk about that?
No, I don't want to. I love Billy Joel. I don't want that. No.
Wait.
Weird thing to brag
Wait a
about.
minute.
What?
Are you feeling bad for Billy Joel?
No,
banging? I don't want my...
No, what I'm saying is I don't want to go to a concert and hear Billy Joel sing a love song or like a heartbreak song about banging my mom. Caesar at Italian restaurant. This one goes out to Pat's mom. And also Frank Sinatra. New York Italian lasagna plates. Let's take a break. This story actually slams together 2 stories that we talked about yesterday. It involves unloading candy, and it involves stealing an insane amount of things you wouldn't think someone would be able to get away with. Remember, around this time yesterday, we were talking about the perfume and Ulta and things like that. You'd be happy to support a kid and not ask questions if they look to sell you a candy bar. Would you do the same thing for a grown-ass man? We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Crime is not good.
No.
Okay.
Bad.
But
Yeah.
there are some crime stories where you have to tip your cap to the person that pulled it off.
All right. Pulling the move.
This isn't dangerous. This is not a high-value item. But this person, according to police, managed to pull off a caper with inexpensive stuff that could make other higher-end crimes look tiny in comparison.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. And based on a conversation we had early Tuesday morning, it turns out that the thing that men think the least about, at least according to this woman, might be what turns her on the most.
Oh.
And it's something that you put on. And it's something you can go buy on Saturday.
I go get it?
We'll tell you what it is just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So this story, Tommy, went down to the Delta Sonic on West Henrietta Road.
Well, that's the big house. I think it's enormous.
The big house?
It is giant.
Yeah.
It is giant.
Jim Boeheim's working it there now.
Oh, yeah.
Just before 9 a.m., an unknown suspect entered the store.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he might have had a sweet tooth. Because according to police, this man stole $700 worth of candy.
Again, how are these people walking out with all this stuff?
Worth of candy. Candy from the gas station.
That sounds like it would take multiple trips to your car. Like somebody would have to hold the door open for you.
Excuse me.
How?
Okay, so let's do some quick math.
All right.
I know candy prices have gone up.
Not that much.
Okay, let's say the average piece of candy he grabbed was $3 an item because you got everything from like Ferrero Rocher all the way down to like a $1 candy bar. The average would probably be, let's go $3 an item. Fair?
Fair.
That means this man at $3 an item, which may even be high, would have to have had escaped with 233 pieces of candy without being caught.
Yeah.
To your point, where's that candy go?
Yeah.
I didn't even think until I read this story that the average Delta Sonic carried $700 worth of candy in the store at one time.
Well, I guess they do have that big convenience area, so.
Okay. But did he steal all of the candy?
How do you get it all? Did he show up with like some type of cart?
Or, like we talked yesterday, was there a box like they were stocking it again? And he grabbed it?
Maybe he just grabbed the whole box, but there would be 700.
Yeah, but that's still,
You have to get multiple boxes, right?
Yeah.
How many Nestle Crunch bars can you fit in the back of your thing?
What are you going to do with all that?
So let's talk about that, because this is an interesting story that shows up based on two conversations we had yesterday that are kind of slammed together into this story.
What?
So yesterday we talked about that woman out in Victor, the Ulta, who was accused of stealing $34,000 worth of perfume in what we believe was over 5 trips from December to February. Then later in the show, we talked about a woman who was arrested for stealing money for her kid's fundraiser. And we had a discussion about, do you ask, do you care when a kid tries to sell you a candy bar where that money is going to?
Yeah.
So, Tommy, you said you don't care where that money goes to. You're just going to give the kid money. You'll take the candy bar. Kimmy, you said the same thing.
Yep.
Would you buy a candy bar from a grown-ass man?
No.
No, I have so many questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, he's not stealing $700 worth of candy for himself.
No.
He's gonna flip that candy. But where do you?
Where do you sell it?
All right.
Unless you say like, you sell it as I'm selling this for my kid's fundraiser.
Okay, but no one's gonna believe that.
Well, no, I mean
your
it happens. No, but it happens all the time at work, right? Like people bring in candy to say like,
so
hey,
he's got a full-time job and he's stealing $700 worth of candy.
You might not even have to have a full-time job. Just like I don't know if people know that you have a child, it would be believable to say this is for a kid's fundraiser.
That would be the only way I would buy candy from a grown ass man.
Yeah.
Like a coworker doing it for his kid.
Okay.
But if I was just out and about and there's some jamoke standing there trying to sell me candy in the parking lot, I ain't touching that candy.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here's what's strange to me. Because I get you're not going to buy the candy because you don't eat candy because you're a bitch. Kimmy, I believe you said yesterday that you just wanted the candy. You didn't care where the money was going from? Like you wanted...
yeah, if like a kid was selling something like that, I would buy it.
I just want to eat that candy.
I get the candy bar in return, so at least I got something out of it.
But if you wanted the candy and it's a grown-ass man selling it, what difference does it make?
I think I don't trust
it's creepy.
where that yeah.
His
Why are you a
scuzzy
grown man
ass
selling
hands.
candy?
He was probably doing things nasty with his hands before he sold you that candy.
But it's all wrapped up.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be suspicious?
You got to handle that wrapper before you put it in your mouth.
I'm not. That's what she said. I'm not saying it wouldn't be suspicious. I'm saying if I don't care where the money goes to, if a kid's selling it to me, why would we care if it's a grown-ass man?
I'm not taking candy from a stranger.
You're not taking. You're buying candy.
Buying candy.
Like if it was a
stranger.
woman, it'd be a different story.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think I'd take it from a strange woman either.
I just don't trust men.
It would be stranger that a woman.
No, she could be doing it for her kids,
Again.
something like that. Raising money for a sick woman.
Raising money for a sick woman.
A woman raising money for another sick woman.
Or a woman's issue.
Okay, what if this guy comes up to you and said, my buddy's got prostate cancer, we're trying to pay for the treatment? That would be suspicious to you?
Yeah.
If a woman said breast cancer, that wouldn't?
No.
Why?
Because women get behind their own causes. Men don't. When's
don't.
the last time you saw a million-man march for prostate anything?
Okay,
like,
I mean,
men
I've
have
seen a million-man march. I've never seen a million-woman march.
For health issues. They don't. Men do not care about other men's health issues. They don't even care about their own health.
Yeah, you guys are not good at rallying around something.
Don't side with him. He's making a stupid point.
Name one color men wear to support men's health issues. Women have about 17 colors.
Blue for prostate health.
I actually find it alarming when I see
Women
men
that.
gathering for something because I assume it's not something good.
It's a militia. They're getting ready to tear something up. Or they're going to a truck pull.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story that happened out in Henrietta just before 9 a.m. Police say an unknown man walked in and stole $700 worth of candy from the gas
Better
station.
tighten up that security system you got.
It is a little ridiculous, right? Like,
God, man.
All right, that being said, you got to get money for this candy at some point,
Yeah,
right?
you got to unload it.
Yeah, you would think you're going to sell it to somebody. All right, how about this? An individual candy bar I get might be suspicious. You bought a TV that you knew was stolen.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the guy. He was an operator. Yeah.
From a coworker.
Yeah.
Would you buy a case of candy, still taped up, from that person?
Oh, I might do that.
What's the difference?
Well, it's taped up. It looks like it's sealed up. Maybe.
Packaged candy.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, like, if I buy a Nestle Crunch Bar, it is in the package. It hasn't been opened. What's the difference between that and a case of Nestle Crunch Bars?
Well, if the whole case, I don't know. I feel more comfortable with a sealed case than a sealed bar.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Maybe we got this all wrong because Bobby says he knows what people are doing.
Oh, Bobby Bars?
Bobby, what's going on, buddy? You're on CMF.
Hey, so I work at a local grocery store, and this is a common thing. So they come in with a shopping list, essentially, from little mom and pop bodegas, and they sell it back to them.
So we've seen that with
the dollar.
We've seen that with laundry detergent. And,
Tide was a big one, right?
And what was the other one? Baby formula.
Yeah, same thing with candy. It's a big theft item.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, would you? All right. Let me ask you this, Bobby. Let's say you got $700 worth of candy bars. You're going to make money selling that to a bodega. Between the ride from Delta Sonic to the bodega, how many candy bars in profit do you think you would eat just because you can't stop yourself?
Well, they're probably on drugs, so probably a lot.
No, you.
You, Bobby. You.
Oh, me? Zero. I'm not a chocolate fan.
Okay, Bobby, you're the most boring person I've ever talked to, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
I don't trust anybody that's not a chocolate fan.
Thank you.
Unless
Amen.
you're allergic or something.
And even then, you're still going to eat it when
Wait,
nobody's
I don't
looking.
eat it. I don't eat candy. You don't trust me?
No.
You want to think about it for half a second?
What's the need?
Apparently
You don't
none.
like cake. You don't like ice cream. You're just, if I didn't know you, I'm running in the opposite direction.
Well, get started.
So are we not cool buying packaged food from strangers on the street?
We're not cool?
I'm asking, are we not cool doing that? Because you wouldn't buy the candy.
No.
Okay, we also see stories of people that like go into Wegmans and Tops and they'll steal hundreds of dollars worth of meat at once.
Yeah.
Where does that go? Because that ain't going to a bodega. You're not going to buy Wegmans branded meat from a gas station.
Yeah, I don't know what they would do with it.
Where are they flipping those? Are they selling it to restaurants or something?
Friends? Is there like a network of people that look to buy this kind of stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah, because when I stole meat, it was all for my own personal benefit. You know?
Yeah.
And I used to steal stuff from my buddies too. Like if I knew I was going down to a buddy's house, when I would grab a whole bunch of shrimp and crab claws, pack them in ice.
Okay.
I was like the head of the party. You walk in.
I was the head of the party.
If you walk into a party with a big thing of crab claws, you the king. You the man.
Okay, no, I get it, but you had a special circumstance. You walked in the store.
Right.
That was
my only motivation because that kind of stuff, to your point, you had to get rid of it quickly.
Okay, let me ask you this, because that's expensive stuff. Like a candy bar you can get for $1, no big deal, right? Like you're not going to go out of your way.
Yeah. Like when I stole those fillets to get comedy with.
Yeah. You're on the street. Mm-hmm. Guy comes up to you. He goes, hey, come here.
Yeah.
Pops his trunk.
What we got?
He's got $200 worth of Alaskan king crab legs.
Ooh.
They're still cold.
All right.
What do those retail for, you think? Oh, I said $200. All right. What do you think $200 worth of crab legs retails for?
Almost $5,000.
All yours. $70.
Stolen seafood might be a little sketchy.
$70.
I would be a little, I don't
60,
know, man.
60. I got to get rid of them. I got to unload.
All right, 60, I'm taking them.
Are we seriously? You're going to eat crab legs out of the back of a truck?
I'd have to smell them first.
Kimmy, what's your favorite cut of meat?
I'm not really a red meat person, so I have no idea. I don't know enough about it. I just.
What do you mean steak? What do you got to know?
I don't know. Like I just know a steak's a steak. I don't know what a cut of meat is.
No,
Oh my
steak
God,
for
you're
steak?
a housewife. What do you feed that
you're gonna
man?
take
I'm
of
a
yours?
housewife.
What do you feed your man?
I'm going home. I'll see you guys. Good luck.
You're a housewife.
Yeah, but he's the one who's picky about that stuff. He goes out and buys that.
Right.
I have no idea what he.
Man, you don't have a favorite steak?
No, I don't. I'm not a big steak person.
I cannot get over how insulting what you
I
just said
know.
was without
You're
you
a
realizing.
housewife. What do
You're
you
a-
feed your man?
What do you feed your man? What is this, Maury?
And by the
you
way-
wouldn't even feed your man. That baby ain't yours.
And I would think like you're the same way at your house. You're the one that decides all that stuff. You're the meat expert.
I am the housewife.
You're meaty housewife.
Meaty housewife. No, the reason I ask is, let's say, Kimmy, there's a box of steaks,
Yeah.
retails for $250, and they'll sell it to you out of the trunk of their car for $70.
I'm not buying it.
There's no
It's
price.
Not
She ain't no
interest
meat
me.
woman. I'm not a meat gal.
I'm not because again I don't
Where are
know.
the candy bars?
I don't know enough about it to know if I'm getting scammed. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
I
I'm
get
like,
what you're
don't know.
saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, scam. What do you think it is? Like horse meat, which is a
No,
delicacy in Montreal.
I don't know
yeah.
if it's out of a trunk. I don't know what the heck I'm buying.
I think I'm buying that trunk meat, bro.
So I told you, my brother for like 20 years now has been buying seafood every Thursday from this guy in a parking lot. It's in Riviera Beach, Florida. Seafood.
Mm-hmm.
He buys like crabs and fresh fish. They're all cleaned. And they're in a big, gigantic, multi-cooler thing in his truck.
Okay,
But he's just a guy.
but he's catching that stuff.
But he's catching it. He works with these fishermen. But it is a guy on the side of a road, and they're just gigantic igloo coolers and Yeti coolers full of fish. But he's been doing it for like 20 years from this dude.
And he hasn't gotten sick?
No.
All
And
right.
it's cheaper than crap, man.
Okay, and look, I get that, man. Like
Yeah.
that's just a guy trying to earn a living.
Yeah.
He didn't steal anything. Okay,
But
it
if I
feels
saw
better.
some jamoke buying seafood out of some guy's cooler out of a pickup truck, I'm going, you're an idiot.
Well,
Well,
listen.
doesn't your brother do this?
No, that's what he just said when you were on the phone.
sorry.
That's what he was talking
He
about.
buys from a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, listen, if you go to the Rochester Public Market, there are local
Yeah.
farmers who will sell ground beef,
Yeah.
steak, sausages that they make themselves out of a cooler in the middle of a parking lot.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah, because it's kind of,
What's the
It's more.
difference?
It's
a
like
little- I
sanctioned,
guess-
kind of.
they look more legit.
But,
Yeah.
no, but it's, I don't know if it is. I don't know what
Well,
sanction
but you have to.
means.
Don't you have to pay for the spot to sell
Yeah,
it?
I mean,
Sure.
I mean, that I would be comfortable with.
Okay, it's the same thing. And I'm not saying don't buy that meat because I bought that meat before. It's good.
No, what would bother me is if I'm just driving down Ridge Road
Yeah.
and there's a single truck parked on the side of the road selling sausage,
Okay.
and that I'm not touching.
God's going to smile down on you and give you a roadside sausage blessing, and you're going to turn the other cheek?
Yes. I ain't putting that sausage in my mouth, son.
Not what I heard. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick says, Kimmy and Tommy are stupid. It's candy that would be less than half price. Why would you not buy that? If you're going to buy a candy bar when you walk into a gas station, it's smarter to buy it from this guy.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like candy bars are cheap anyways,
Yeah, thank
right?
you.
So it's not like I'm looking for a huge. How much of a discount? What are you
Right.
saving on that roadside candy bar?
I mean, I literally got a television set for like a third of the price. But like to her point, what am I saving? $1?
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
What a score, man!
Unless you think, I don't need to buy candy bars in bulk.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a payday.
Tommy, you were under the impression that no woman looks at men as sexy. They don't
No.
see us as sexy people.
No,
And Kimmy,
this thing proves my point.
Kimmy has been trying to tell you for years that you're wrong. In fact, after a discussion we
She
had
don't like meat.
early Tuesday morning, something as a man you would never think about
Yeah.
might be the sexiest thing a woman can
Oh,
see on
yeah.
you. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, for some weird reason,
Yeah.
you don't believe that women actually find men sexy.
They don't.
Well, you're wrong. In fact, based on what we have here,
Yeah.
women are looking for sexy things on you that you're not even thinking about.
Oh.
Because it's possible your wife, your girlfriend, that coworker you're flirting with would be into you a whole lot more if you had these on your feet.
Really?
You hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, nobody says you have to be creepy.
Nope.
It just oozes out of me al natural.
Perfect way to describe it. All the disgusting stuff that oozed out of Tommy this week. It's the Creep Cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
You were
My
saying
mother was
Sorry.
a very good sexual partner.
I can't tell if that's a dying spider or she's giving your father a prostate exam. God, man.
Oh, and by the way, she did that too, bro.
Can I ask a
Almost
second?
got her kicked out of the home.
Can I? Shirtless face behind me if you're watching the live stream and tell him that he ain't worth nothing.
Teacher hot beef. He's a fat daddy and he's cleaning his mama's plate.
Not his mama's plate.
Well, it's his mother of his children.
What the hell is wrong with
It's
you?
a deep south. It's fine in church.
Like,
I
you
tell
know,
you what I would scarf down. He's talking Italian.
I can think of a couple of things.
Now your mom in a cup.
Oh, for God's sake. I also think that someone who has more notches in their bedposts would be more confident in the bedroom.
Yeah,
Right?
he knows how to work a finger. Oh, that's what she said. We also got a pecker pill.
Okay.
So
I don't know how you're going to use that with a 20-year-old man you're in an argument with.
Oh, I'm gonna poke you, son. I'll get your eye like a onion.
Don't say what.
Fumble talk.
He's going to fumble his fumble tongue.
Yes, he is.
Not last night. Fumble
With-
tongue was doing it right. 52 porkins a year, but that don't count her rear.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what she said.
But here's the
It's
thing.
okay, we're married. It ain't a sin. No, I gotta ring I go, man, I gotta stop for a minute. My wrist is killing me.
Okay,
I
look.
was with Pat's mom last night.
What, you talking about Dr. Stinkfinger?
Oh, yeah. Daddy goes to the wrist.
That's your dad and your mom. And by the way,
Didn't stop him.
Every guy already knows.
Hey, he wasn't down there going, hey, you know what's going on right now? Tommy's dad's fist.
That's your mother.
Oh, your mom's there?
Yeah, but she wasn't. She was going.
No, that was last night. That was in the Upper Falls. That's where she worked.
Got it.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. The
Tough
creep
day
tab.
for moms.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Always is.
Fun for everybody. All right, so tomorrow from 11 to 1,
Yeah.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Boot Barn, Highland Drive, next to Value City Furniture in Henrietta. And we were talking about this on Tuesday morning. There's going to be a whole bunch of fun stuff there, an axe throwing truck, beer tasting, live entertainment, a mechanical bull. And if you are looking for workwear, Carhartt, Hawks, stuff
got
like
everything,
that,
huh?
everything you need. Everything you need. And I told you guys on Tuesday that I went out to meet the folks who worked there getting ready for this appearance on Saturday. And while I was inside the store, I noticed a massive selection of cowboy boots,
Yeah.
which Kimmy started us down a conversation. How many men in the greater Rochester area own a pair of cowboy boots? And for some reason, Tommy got furious during this conversation. You got mad about cowboy boots, claiming no man wears cowboy boots.
I don't see it.
Okay. Which led us talking about boots. We did boot talk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which led to this tweet after we got off the air. And Kimmy, if you would read the tweet for us, I'd appreciate it.
Luann tweeted at us. I find work boots way sexier than cowboy boots with like a little heart emoji.
All right.
Sexy.
And I never thought about, the sexier version of male footwear. Never occurred to me.
I was unaware that men could have sexy
Well,
footwear.
I knew that there was footwear that turned women off. I didn't know that there was footwear that turned women on.
All right, number one male footwear that turns them off would be...
Okay. I think that's different generation to generation.
For you, what would it be?
Because I remember like those old like New Balance sneakers. If
Okay.
you wore those with jeans and but your outfit was nice, but you had the New Balances on, I'm like, not doing it for me.
All right.
But I think that those are making a comeback.
Okay, all right.
So I think that maybe that changed.
The old
now.
man sneaker.
Yeah,
But that
yeah,
old
yeah.
man, kind of dirty, beat up, like athletic shoe.
The lawnmower.
When you're wearing like something nice out to dinner is a bit of a turnoff.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can men have sexy footwear?
Well, apparently it's work boots.
Well, you don't believe this.
Oh, no, I believe it. But I mean,
Oh, buckle up. Here we go. Here comes sexual philosophical liquor. Tommy Bueller, you have broken my mouth. Philosopher.
I'm just saying, like, the reason she finds work boots sexy because she wants some man to come fix everything in her house. She wants chores done.
I don't think that's it.
No,
I think it's
she
the
wants him to
type
go
of
get the
job-
ladder and get up it and fix that damn thing.
I think it's the type of job associated with a man in those work boots. So you have an image in your head of a guy that wears the work boots, which is like kind of one of those fantasy things.
Here's why you're both wrong.
Okay.
Because that woman tweets at us that work boots are sexy boots to her.
Yes.
Now, unbeknownst to me, while we're having this discussion and that tweet comes in and we read it, my wife texted me while we were having this discussion Tuesday morning, and I didn't notice it till like 10 minutes later. Quote my wife, I would like you to get some cowboy boots. That's hot. So my wife has decided I can put something on my feet that makes me sexier. And she doesn't want me riding a horse. She doesn't want me
Just wants the look of it all.
I guess.
Clomping around in cowboy boots.
Because that's the thing. You'd look like such a poser in cowboy boots.
100%.
Because you don't have like the type of clothes that go along with it.
Right.
Which is what I texted back. I go, what would I wear them with and where would I wear them?
You don't have a big old belt with your name on it.
Oh, I
you have a big old buckle.
I could do that.
You got to get the big buckle.
Yeah.
With a Bronco on it.
Okay.
A bucket Bronco.
A Bronco with my name, Duffy Bronco.
Well, your name goes on the back of the belt.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or is that just what your floor commander told you when you were in high school? Oh, is this Mule? Okay.
There's an actual song. Redneck girls wear their names on their belts.
So going back to the discussion we're having here.
Yeah.
Where the hell did this guy come from? Because, like, guys do lots of things that we would think women would be into, right? Like, we go out of our way to dress a certain way.
They want romance.
Okay, that's what we think. But until this moment, I never thought footwear was a part of that.
No.
And it kind of makes sense if we look at it from a guy's point of view. Because, Tommy, guys can find footwear sexy on women.
But yeah, but it's designed to be sexy.
I mean, and there's a whole segment of the male population that has like shoe fetishes,
Yes.
right? Half the
Right
porn,
down to the material the shoe's made out of.
and give me half the porn that exists. Women are wearing heels while that's going down, like heels in bed. You got to wash those sheets and that comforter.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So does that mean I should get a pair of cowboy boots and wear them for my wife?
I guess.
Like if you
Can't hurt.
if you went to your wife and you don't work as a blue collar worker, but she finds work boots sexy, would you go buy a pair of work boots?
Well, where would you wear them? Just around the house?
I guess that's my question.
Clomping around the house in a big old pair of work boots? And they're not even dirty. They don't even look like you worked in them. They're going to look brand new all the time.
You could dirty. I mean, you can go run around in the yard, mow the lawn, you know.
I guess.
Right? Set them on fire every once in a while. Like if you're white, okay, you're the wrong guy to ask. Well, it's funny.
Well,
Like
I'm a big shoe guy. You know that.
No, but you're sitting here arguing against shoes being sexy, and you have an endless collection of shoes that you wear because you think they make you look better. So you're arguing against what you've done for the last 30 years.
Well, I'm very stylish when it comes to my footwear.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you think what you're wearing makes you sexy.
I look European.
That's a fair statement.
And European men are sexy to women. They are.
No, that woman just said she likes work boots.
I'm saying if any Euro guy walked in here, the women would be fawning all over him. Look at that little Frenchman I brought around the Christmas. The chicks were all over the kid.
I want you to.
He was a little French
Don't you
dude.
think that was less about what he was wearing, more just about being French?
But the whole mystique
Okay.
All right, look.
lends to the sexiness of the kid.
Look, man. I like that kid. He was a really good kid.
Yeah.
Really nice guy. He's super unique, interesting dude. I don't think women.
Oh,
thought
that
he was
dude could get
sexy.
tail.
No, I don't think that dude.
Are
was
you
getting tail.
kidding
I
me,
don't
man?
think that dude was getting tail.
As soon as they hear French, women get, you know what?
252 WCMF.
Snail trail.
252-926.
No.
They get old
You didn't have to
escargot
finish.
downstairs.
Didn't have to finish that sentence.
Escargot Downstairs was my favorite European-only release for Ribs, Arkansas. You remember that really hard-to-find record?
He spoke French in the right places. She got old escargot in her britches, even though she don't know what that is. It looked like a land shrimp.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. We were talking about I'm going to be at the Boot Barn from 11 to 1 tomorrow in Henrietta. On
and boy, are they happy.
Next to Valley City Furniture. But I was talking about how they have this massive selection of cowboy boots. They got work boots. Luann tweets at us that she thinks work boots make men look sexy. My wife texts me during the break. She wants me to buy a pair of cowboy boots because she thinks that they're sexy. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to a man. I mean, look, if one man knows sexy.
Who's that?
That'd be Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, sexy Ben.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, my God. Why, Ben? Why?
Hey, you brought it on. But anyways, so cowboy boots, I think, are like because they're saying your shoes represent or tell you about somebody's how they are. I guess I don't remember the exact thing. You get the idea.
No, okay. I believe it was Forrest Gump's mother who said you can tell a lot about someone based on their pair of shoes.
Yes, there you go. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, so like when I see cowboy boots, somebody's wearing cowboy boots, that means that like I envision a more rugged person. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the show Yellowstone, like that type of dude. Yeah. Or if you watch professional bull riding. And also the type of the cowboy boots. If it's the pointy toe ones, I would think that they're more fancy, where if they're the square-toed ones, that's probably somebody that actually does work.
Ben, do you own cowboy boots?
Yes. Most of my shoes, though, I have countless number of work boots.
I have follow-up questions about the cowboy boots.
Yes. The Ben in the back.
Yeah, what's up?
Ben, where do you wear your cowboy boots?
Well, mine were steel-toe, so I have wore them to work.
Did everyone laugh at you at your job when you wore cowboy boots to work?
No, because a lot of the other guys have them too.
Do you feel sexier in the cowboy boots, Ben?
I wouldn't say sexy. I think it's more confident. I don't know why. It's just something about the boot. But yeah.
All right. Well, you want to take a shot, or we just move on from this?
I think we just move on.
Ben, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Fantastic. What is the sexiest footwear a man can have? Does it depend on the woman? Is it all personal?
Well, I always think a dress shoe, like you're dressed up, like you're wearing a suit. Usually men look good in a suit to a woman, right?
But even like the dress shoe, though, is... I notice more and more men wearing like those kind of like...
Sneakers?
Yeah, it's like more of like a fashionable sneaker with the suit. And so I don't know how... Is the dress shoe still seen as sexy, or is it more like the fashionable side that women appreciate?
Well, no, I think the dress shoe is classier, which I would assume women would find sexier. I just don't feel like my lower back hurting for 3 days, so I have abandoned dress shoes.
Yeah, but I can appreciate a guy, though, that can put the sneaker with the suit and make it work.
Okay, so that's sexy to you.
I think so. I think I like the sneaker suit look, but it's got to be the right sneaker. Can't just wear any sneaker.
Okay. But, like, here's the thing. Outside of, like, because you're right, Tommy, that women say that a suit is lingerie for men.
Yeah.
Outside of a guy dressing up for a wedding or whatever, right? Like, your shoe tells you everything tells people everything about you. It could tell them your job, how much money you make, how much you care about your appearance, where you come from. And going further, several studies have shown the two things that people notice first when they meet a stranger are their eyes and their shoes.
Bro, because you look them up and down.
You got it. So it matters so much that we are checking out people's shoes first, and we don't even realize it. So maybe the idea of a woman finding shoes sexy on a man has nothing to do with how it looks on you, but kind of saying what you said before, more of what type of a man she thinks she's getting.
Yeah.
She thinks she's getting.
Right.
But that doesn't make sense, because my wife knows I'm not a cowboy.
That's true.
But she still wants me in cowboy boots.
Okay.
Explain that.
Well, it's more of a fantasy then.
Okay, that's not great for me, by the way.
But I wonder, though, if that also...
Hey, you know what you ain't? I want that.
I wonder if that, if what contributes to that, though, something like Ben actually brought up, like certain shows being really popular at the time may change the way women feel about certain types of footwear, like Yellowstone. Like, she has an image of that rugged cowboy look
and she
with
did
those
watch
shoes.
Yellowstone for
murders people.
Yeah. No, and you know what? You bring up a good point.
Yeah.
My wife will ask me to wear things based on the show that she's watching.
Yeah.
Because she watched.
Yeah, but she was watching that dragon show. What the hell were you watching?
She wanted me to go to the Renaissance Festival and like dress up.
Yeah, that's right.
And I was like, nah.
Yeah. Well, then you look like a damn fool.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then she was watching Outlander, which is like about a time traveling Scotsman who wears a kilt.
Right.
And she
Well,
was,
that one you got.
that I got, so I can pull that off.
All
But she
right.
was all about the kilt during that.
Go kill Cowboy boot.
It's called a kilt boy boot.
Okay.
And
Do people do that?
No,
I
of
hope
course
not.
they don't.
I was gonna say.
A Texas Irishman? Got my
That's
chili boots and my
confusing.
kilt. I don't even know how those two accents would go together.
I don't either.
The only thing about the work boot, cowboy boot being sexy that's a little strange. It's not we're talking about dressing up. It's not a shoe you can really wear when you get all dressed up. And I know you're going to argue you can dress up cowboy boots.
I've
Kinda,
seen
you
it.
can.
I've seen it.
But that only really works if you own an oil well or the Dallas
Yes,
Cowboys.
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And
You
work
got to
boot-
look like a cattleman.
Yeah. And you got to wear that stupid bolo tie.
The bola.
Yeah. But what's the point of that? It's just a string.
Yeah. And you really look at a place in Western New York.
Yeah. And work boots you definitely can't dress up.
No.
Right?
No.
It's still a blowout right now because on social media I did ask what is the sexiest type of shoe a man can wear, and all women are tweeting at us and commenting work boots.
Work boots.
Yeah.
Because you got them all revved up.
Got them all revved up. Okay, Lou Graham.
You know how they are.
How are they?
They get revved up.
Are
and
you
they
just
rev
mad?
Up,
Wait. Are
women
you
rev
mad?
up in groups.
Are you mad because nobody has said the type of shoe that you wear on a daily
No,
basis?
because you guys kill my shoes.
Well, yeah, because they look stupid.
I don't know.
I don't
What's
even
so
know-
stupid about a
I don't know
double
what-
zip up dingo boot?
You
Yeah, like
look
you-
like a
you're
train
so
engineer who needs a couple inches to get to the switch. That's what you look like.
Oh, your mom's on a switch?
Shut up. See, you're so angry that you can't even do good mom jokes. Give me your saying.
You're so unique. Like you have your own category of shoe.
Yeah. Like if
Because
they,
like when I say boot, I don't necessarily think of the type of boots you wear.
no, that's more of a boutique.
Like a fashion shoe.
It's a booty. Is that a fair
Kinda.
description of booty? Like if
Ankle
if
boots.
an elf was getting married.
Yes, ankle boot.
We got messages coming in. Kelly writes us on Instagram. My 17-year-old daughter has many friends that wear cowboy boots. Kelly, you from out in the sticks?
She must be.
Well, no, because you wanted to make this argument the other day, but I'm telling you, there are way
I mean,
more.
it's probably a 315 kid. Or there's more. It's
No,
more
I don't
rural,
think you have
more
to go that far.
agriculture.
I think with the popularity of country music, and I know like younger girls that love like Taylor Swift, like they have cowboy boots. Even like Beyonce has like her whole
she has a
country
country album.
thing going
Beyonce
right now.
has the #1
Yeah.
country song in the
She does?
world.
There
Where have you
is
been?
a cross section of country happening
So they're
that
playing it on
does it's its own separate thing.
I don't know if
the
they're playing
Bee-
it on the Bee, but I mean, she has the #1 country
Yeah.
album in the world. And by the way, like I know that it freaks you out when cultures cross over.
Yeah.
But like the idea of the black cowboy has been around since the Old West.
yes.
For example, Ed Oliver, Bill's defensive tackle, grew up a rancher. He wears cowboy boots
Rides
in the stadium.
horses.
He can, Kimmy, he rides his horse standing
Yeah,
up with
it's
his
amazing.
arms out. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, these cultures exist.
I know.
You
I just locked into the old school.
And that's what I'm telling you, man. Free your mind, man. Go buy a pair of cowboy boots, man.
I freed my mind at the boot barn, man.
Come out and free your mind tomorrow from 11 to 1 at the boot barn. I'll be hanging out with the WCMF crew, like we said. Axe throwing truck, food trucks, live entertainment, beer tasting, mechanical bull,
A lot of fun.
and both work and cowboy boots, depending on what your wife finds sexy. So let's take a break there. Tommy, there was a young man who did the right thing.
Oh, good.
So much so, he was given the Do the Right Thing award.
Oh, yeah.
But did you see this kid's story yesterday?
No, what do you do?
Well, as a parent, you would have to be proud of what they did, especially at this age. But would you be happy with what they did?
Was it dangerous?
No, not at all.
Oh.
And I think it's now a fair question to ask with this kid, what he did, and what we know about men our age. Is your child a better person than you?
Oh.
The person you taught to be a better person. Are they a better person than you are right now? And we'll get into the story next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. honor and respect and being a pillar in the community.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see in the people around you, Tommy.
Sure.
And there's a young man this morning who, with no one watching, did something the overwhelming majority of adults would not do.
Oh.
He did the right thing. So much so, they gave him an award for it. So,
Yeah.
you'd be happy if your kid pulled off a move like this.
Oh, my God, yeah. Superstar.
But if your kid did this,
Mm-hmm.
would it be proof that your child is a better person than you?
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have one more pair of tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer. His Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is coming to Darien Lake Amphitheater on June 23rd. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. Stop calling. Not now.
Okay.
Not now. Those tickets go on sale 10 a.m. livenation.com. But we will have a pair of tickets, and here's what we're going to do.
What's that?
8 o'clock hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
So buckle up, sit tight, hang with us. You can watch us on the live stream, Odyssey app, the WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. You can find us on YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. We'll get you those tickets. The 8 o'clock hour here in the break room on CMF. Are you guys familiar with the Do the Right Thing Award?
Yeah, they do it every week.
Month?
Something
Or
like that.
whenever
But they showed
something
on the news.
happens.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Usually the police or somebody, and they give the award out to some kid.
And it's usually a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
But this story, I think the county's involved too. It's kids that go above and beyond in situations that are scary,
Yeah, they show up.
or they do the right thing in an ethical dilemma. And Carter was one of those kids who got the Do the Right Thing award this month.
What did Carter do?
Carter's a third grader, and during recess, he found $150 cash
Damn.
in a bush
Damn, Carter.
In a bush?
of the school that he goes to.
Okay.
Wait, so maybe he didn't do the right thing.
It's a lot of money, Tom.
Oh, he's how old?
Third grade, so probably 9, 10.
So he is,
8, 9.
he's a Golisano of his age group.
Yeah, no, Martina Hingis just gave him a call. Hey, so who's he dating?
No, we do this every time.
I don't remember the last time I had that much cash on me.
No, I'm with you 100%,
Yeah.
man. Think of what you could do with that
Buck and a
money
half.
as a grown man.
Yeah.
Steffi Graf. Well, Carter didn't have to think at all.
What do you do?
He took that $150 cash, he turned it into the school, and then he suggested if they can't find the owner of the money, they donate it to a church.
Wow.
This is what Carter had to say on 10 NBC last night.
I was thinking I was going to give it to Mrs. Curtis because it wasn't mine, and I didn't want to take something that wasn't mine.
Come on with the kid.
He's a sweetheart.
Come on with the kid.
And the church and everything else.
I know. God, school,
Yes.
country.
Mm-hmm.
The school was so impressed by what Carter did, they threw him and his classmates a pizza party, which is great.
I wonder where they got the money for that. Okay, all the pizza you want, kid.
All right, so if Carter is your kid, you're obviously proud of
Oh,
it,
yeah.
Oh, my God, yeah.
right? Yeah. Now, keep in mind,
Because I wouldn't do that.
and that's just it, doing the right thing and being proud of your kid are two different things.
Yeah.
Because Carter did the right thing. He proved that he has a moral compass.
Yeah.
His thoughts immediately went to the person who lost this money, not himself.
Yeah.
But there are folks who might be a little disappointed in their kid for not bringing that money home,
Well, I
right?
think you're proud of your kid, but you also wouldn't be upset if they kept the money.
Okay,
do
so
you think
that-
it's disappointment, or do you just think, well, either way, would have been good for my kid?
All right, I'm going to say something, and I
Yeah.
don't mean as this is an indictment on Carter or his parents, because
Yeah.
this is an amazing story.
Yeah.
But I know men who, if their kid found $150 cash
Yeah.
and gave it to the school, they would think their kid is a sucker.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're one of those men.
Yes. Like, I know, like, if this happened with my grandson, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to fake that, oh, my God, you did such a... I'm like, well, you gotta be kidding me. In my inner voice, you know what I mean?
Like, it's one of those situations as a parent where you may not know what to hope for because you want your kid
Yeah.
to be honest and of high moral standing.
They're
These are the
showing
young-
that they're putting, they're doing what you taught them.
They're not
essentially.
selfish.
Yeah.
Yes, and you've drilled this in their head their whole lives, and this is they're reaping what you've sowed.
The result.
But that's a lot of money
Oh,
that no one would have known was there.
man.
That he
Like, if he didn't say anything, nobody would know this kid had this in his pocket.
Nope, would not have. And think of how much pizza he could have bought with $150.
Oh, my God, the friends he would have made.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I want you to think about this. And I want to hear from both moms and dads. Is your kid a better person than you are?
Oh.
That's what you hope for, right?
Okay, but...
Because you want to instill morals in them that you don't have.
Okay, but let's walk this.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yes.
Well, okay, but that's impossible because if your kids will see what you do after a certain age, and that's what they'll become.
It's more so you want to teach your kid, like you're gonna do things that you wouldn't want your kid to do.
Okay, but that's weird, right? Because it's your job as a parent to install that moral compass, and you want your kid to do something like what Carter in this story.
This is the American youth we want.
Yes, but if you yourself wouldn't do it, why are you teaching your kid to do it?
That's a great question.
And if you were able to instill those morals in your kid, why can't you have those morals yourself?
Well, because I don't have to actually enact any of these morals or discipline myself.
I think people think as an adult, it's too late for me, but I'll save you, kid.
Where am I going to my...
But it's never too late. Here's the thing,
but
Carter...
you have your habits and you have things that you've done in your past.
I'm locked in.
Okay, you're both scumbags, and that's why you're justifying why you'd want to keep the money.
No, I'm thinking of you and your daughters, right?
Yeah.
Like there are things that you do and say that you would not want your kids to do or say. just hanging out in this room with you in the morning, you would completely change the way you act in front of your kids if they were in here.
Yeah.
It happened this morning because I had to call my daughter and make sure she got up. Well, look,
I actually acted nice.
Yeah, he did, and it wasn't even on speakerphone. I'm just speaking. So, look, I can say for sure personally that my 11-year-old is a better person than I am. However, my 13-year-old, and maybe there's an age where a switch in the kid's head flips, right? Where you start to become a little more selfish, where you start to look out for yourselves, and those moral building blocks that you had at 6, 7, 8, 9 because you wanted your parents to be proud of you and you were afraid of the trouble you could
And you
get
want to please everybody.
Exactly. Kimmy, is that it? Does it come to age where like a kid hits a certain age where no matter what kind of moral lessons you tried to pound into their heads, they're going to be selfish. They're going to keep that money. They're going to lie. They're going to cheat. They're going to steal.
So you're saying just based on age?
Is it age? Is that what the difference is here? Because like even some of the crappiest kids when we were in elementary school, if they found this money, they would have turned it in because it's the right thing to do. There's like 3 kids I can think of who were just dicks in elementary school that still would have found this money and given it to the teacher.
Because I remember they used to like, for my generation, well, you know, if they find out you grabbed that money, you're in trouble.
Okay, so you think it's more fear of getting in trouble.
And I
the
think
police
you're
going to come talk to you.
And to your point, you're probably more afraid of getting in trouble at 6, 7, 8
I
than
don't want
you
the heat
are
on me,
at
man.
14, 15, 16.
Okay, but can somebody explain to these kids you're a juvenile? They can't even do anything to you.
know.
It's $150, bro.
Oh, yeah.
But you think getting
appearance ticket at best.
But you think when you're 9 years old, you would think getting sent to the principal's office is like the worst thing that ever happened to you.
You're right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this kid, amazing kid. His name is Carter. He was one of the winners of the Do the Right Thing Award this week, and he was on 10 NBC last night. He was at school, 3rd grade, and he found $150 cash in a bush during recess. Didn't even think about it. Brought it to the principal and suggested that if they couldn't find the owner, they donate it to a church. Again, listen to how adorable this kid is.
I was thinking I was going to give it to Mrs. Curtis because it wasn't mine, and I didn't want to take something that wasn't mine.
I'd vote for that kid for president right now. Like, but we should be a better person than our kids. We're adults. We know right from wrong. We are more aware of the consequences for other people.
Sure.
Like in this example, Tom.
Yeah, but you're more jaded by the world.
Okay.
You may not see like the good in everything because of your experiences. I think your experiences make you that way, right?
And you know the value of things.
Okay.
Like I know, like right in my head, I know what I would buy with $150 like right now. Like a kid is stupid. They got to buy stupid stuff. I know.
Or you do something good with it, not knowing like how valuable it is. You know what I mean?
Like what?
Like donate it to a charity.
Not donating.
No, I know you wouldn't. I'm saying a kid would.
Yeah, but like to me, I know exactly. I've spent that money already.
Okay.
I'm in.
You say you know the value of things, and you talk about money. You know what I know the value of?
What?
Honesty.
It is, and you know what? We lack it in this country.
And I just want to say one thing.
What?
God bless America.
Okay.
Tommy,
What?
look. If we use this example specifically, $150 cash found in a bush, like that kid does not understand the concept of bills, rent, how you can run out of money at the end of the week because the paycheck isn't there. He's in 3rd grade. He doesn't get that.
And it's found money, man.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I am. No, you're not. Like you immediately went the other way. The point I'm making is this.
What's that?
That kid does not fully comprehend what happens if that's someone else's money they come back looking for and it's not there. That could destroy someone's month.
Right.
$150. You and I, shut up. You and I do. You and I are well aware because we've been in that spot.
Oh, sure.
If that $150 goes missing, that person could be effed. Yet, you're taking that money, Kimmy's taking that money, and I'm probably taking that money.
Because but I also think of the flip side.
What's that?
What kind of idiot drops $1.50 and doesn't even know it's missing?
You've never dropped money before?
Bro, I don't drop money.
Yeah,
I drop money, it don't hit the floor.
Bro, it takes you 30 seconds to get out of a chair. You ain't catching that money on the way down.
I'm like Jerry Rice, extended into the end zone, grabbing that money.
252 WCMF 252-9263. With this story with Carter, how adorable kid does the right thing. Are your kids better people than you are? Bob's on CMF. Hey, Bob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to tell you, I have 3 kids. I don't know how. I don't know why. They're way better than I am or than I ever was. Not that I'm a bad person.
Oh, no, you're a bad person, Bob. You're a bad person. Hey, Bob, how old are your kids?
They're late 20s, early 30s.
And they're good.
They have better jobs than I do. They're smart. Like I said, I don't know where it came from, but I got lucky.
Okay. And no, look, I mean, luck could be a part of it. But, Bob, right, like when it comes to so you think in an ethical, moral situation, dilemma, your kids would do better than you would?
Oh, 100%.
And they use the lessons that you taught them to get there.
I think the biggest part is I was there for them, and they just watched what I did, and I didn't have to yell or scream. They just watched me, and they just took on some good traits, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, but hold on. What's your old lady like?
Well, let's not get into that.
Was she bad?
Okay, well, he said let's not get into it. Don't follow up question that. Let's not talk about it. Well, let's talk about it then. Bob,
crazy.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, take care. So, Bob, not a good person.
But his children watched him be a good person, and he led by example.
And that's what's so weird about it is I understand what Bob is saying, but again, it doesn't make logical sense. I led them by example, and they turned out better than I did. Those two things don't mesh with each other.
But maybe you will only do the right thing when your kids are looking.
Also possible. However, counter to that, you are not aware of when your kids are watching you. Because I can remember times when my dad was doing things where he wasn't even conscious of me being there. That was most of my life. But like my moral compass came from the good things I took, the things that he said to me, and some of the bad parts of my personality were when he thought I wasn't aware of what was happening.
Do you think that leading by a good example, even if you're faking it as a parent, is a better way to teach your kids to be a good person? Or is it, I don't want to be my parent, and if they see you doing like those questionable things, like does that have more of an effect on them to do the right thing?
Yeah, but that could go either way.
It can. He's right. Look, I'll say this, and this
there's a reason why the Gambinos are a family business.
But I guess is learning from your parents' mistakes more effective than just constantly seeing them do the right thing?
No, but here's the thing. I think that could be too much pressure too, and I see you guys on hold. Don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you. I've taken the parenting road of don't make your kids think you're perfect.
Okay.
Because my mom and dad made me think that they always did the right thing and you should always do the right thing, and they never did anything wrong, and they were always on top of everything, right? And that creates a lot of pressure for a kid, and it also creates a ton of disappointment when you eventually grow up and realize that's not true.
Okay.
Right? So I'm raising my kids in a way where, like, hey, I've got flaws. Your mother has flaws. Everybody has flaws. We're going to find out in about 20 years from now which way was the better one to do it. Yeah, like, I mean, that's just it. It's a complete experiment. You don't know.
Right, but I think that, my sister was not a good parent.
Right.
So she had 3 daughters.
Yeah.
One is a superstar.
Yeah.
The other 2 are a disaster.
Yeah.
Like, she saw, but she was the oldest, and she saw everything.
Right.
Didn't want to be that person. The other 2 went into an even worse area.
So there you go. And
so 2 out of 3 will go bad.
Which was the second worst Meatloaf song of all time. And here's the thing, like the reason why you see on the news, like, this kid's parents were terrible situation. He pulled himself out and made it to Harvard. The reason it's a news story is because it almost never happens.
Right. Well, that's like an extreme. I'm not talking about being like the worst person ever.
Harvard just being yourself.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this little guy, Carter. He's in 3rd grade. He won the Do the Right Thing Award, one of the multiple kids this month. He found $150 cash in a bush during recess at his school. He turned it in. Didn't even think about it. And his explanation was, I wasn't going to take something that wasn't mine. Melissa's on CMF. Hey, Melissa, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, Melissa. What do you got?
I'm listening to how wonderful this story is and how awesome this kid is. Then I think to myself, how is $150 randomly in a bush?
It is a valid question.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, Melissa.
It's just strange. It was there, and yeah, but good on him.
Okay. All right, Melissa, do you have kids?
Yes, boys.
Are your kids better people than you are?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I feel I'm a good person. I feel that me and my husband have done a great job, and shout out to Reese, Liam, and Shane.
Okay, so great. Good for the kids. I'm going to kill you now, Melissa. And I mean this in the kindest way possible. I'm noticing a pattern.
What's that?
My kids are better people than me, right? Because I raised them right.
And I'm a good person.
Yes, I'm a good person, even though they have a better moral fabric than I do. Which, again, Melissa, doesn't make logical sense.
But that's how good of a job she did. She went beyond herself.
No, they're good kids, and I don't know what we did, but I'm proud of them. So
right.
I feel that
well,
they're good kids.
Shout out to the boys. Melissa, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. So maybe I thought this discussion would be a realization for parents, because it was for me when I was like, oh my God, my kid is a better person than I am. But it's interesting that parents are still somehow, despite knowing that their kids are better people than they are, making themselves the hero of the story.
Of course. Yeah.
Because I know my 11-year-old is a better person than I am because of my wife. I'm sure of that.
Okay.
I know my 13-year-old.
But is that just genetics?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Because, I mean, you even say, like, your younger daughter is more like your wife, whereas you're older, and you guys are more alike.
Yes.
But she's going through that teenage stuff.
Right, you add that into it, too.
Well,
because it's a stage.
No, and I'm sure that if it was anyone else's daughter that we were talking about, you'd be saying that same thing. You coward ass, pandering ass, puss ass, bitch.
I will say this. I think it's harder to raise good boys than good girls.
Oh, I would disagree with that.
No, boys get into some bad trouble.
Bro, this
So
ain't
do
the
girls,
man. My little sister, she turned it around, and she's a great, pure person, loving, kind human being. She was the worst teenager, like trying to run away, bad friends, the mouth on
like
that kid.
Scary trouble.
Yes.
Where did she pick all that up?
Bro, you've heard my mouth?
Yeah.
Like 19-year-old me watching her go through teen years, I was like, oh my Lord. Oh my. Like I had a hanky that I had to like wave on myself.
I just think boys are just more rambunctious and just more physically get into bad stuff.
Okay, but it's like you always say, like, men are physically stupid. Women will psychologically destroy you.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF, because, Tommy, you said you've never dropped money like that before in your life.
I lose money?
Yeah.
Not on, I lost money on marriages.
Sarah's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great, Sarah.
Okay, so two things. If you drop money, it's me, and I've done it before, but if you drop money, it really could end up anywhere. I unfortunately dropped the amount of a security deposit because, well, it just shit happens.
Whoa, Sarah, you can't curse. See, that's why you're dropping money. Your hands are all squeaky from all the filth coming out of your mouth over there, Sarah.
Sorry, my bad.
You're fine. So you dropped a security deposit. How much cash?
Like $900.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Sarah, let me ask you a question.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If you came across $900 cash on the sidewalk today, after what you went through, would you put that in your purse and walk away?
I would turn it in.
Okay.
I mean, that's what somebody did for me, so I would want to do the same.
Wow.
You got it back?
Yeah, I got it back. It was dropped outside of the post office in my town. So, I mean, maybe that says something about the town that I live in, that, we really...
Yeah, they're suckers. You live in Suckerville.
You know what the craziest part of this story was?
What's that?
It was Connor who found that, too.
No kidding.
It's his hobby. It's what he does. He goes around, he just finds cash on the ground and hands it back in. Kid's going to get huge from all the pizza parties he's getting. Sarah, you got kids?
No, I borrow them. I give them back every day.
Sarah, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay.
Oh, the panic that would have to set in.
Oh, God.
He's only eclipsed by the relief when you get that money back.
Yeah, I would think like when you go through something like that, you would give the money back. What?
If you went through something like that, would you give the money back?
No.
After feeling that relief of somebody doing you a favor?
No, I say I walk out here, I go into the garage where I park my car.
Yeah.
and there's $900 in one of those little white bank envelopes.
Yeah.
Bro, it's going in my pocket.
After the story you just heard, it's a security deposit.
Is it?
That's
Around
what.
this
Also,
area?
there are cameras everywhere in there. Like if somebody comes
They
looking
don't
for
work.
it,
Those things are dirty.
they're going
right
to
about
work the
that.
day you pick it up.
Let them see it. I didn't steal it. I just picked it up. I thought it was litter. I'm trying to beautify the city in my pocket.
Let's take a break. This weekend sucks, and it sucks hard.
Well, what's going on?
Can we just stop this, please? Like, this has the ability to be the last one ever. This could be the last one ever if we just decided this stupid thing that serves no purpose anymore, that not even everyone in America participates in, is finished. And the benefits of stopping it are unbelievably higher than continuing with it.
What's coming up?
I just want to sleep, man.
Oh.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Can't we just stop? Can we stop? Stop. There's no reason to do this.
But every year they always say they're going to do it.
And then they're going to stop it.
Yeah.
And then it never stops.
Because you don't need to do it anymore.
No, there is literally no logical reason for this to exist anymore. In fact, the negative things that come from continuing to do this are massive.
You're right.
Yet this weekend will be one of the most miserable weekends pouring into your week all year.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we lose an hour of sleep this weekend. Daylight savings, we are springing forward. And God, it sucks so hard.
Yes, it does.
I have a sincere question. The phone number is 252-WCMF. Is there a single, logical, real reason to continue to do this day and age?
There can't be. Because it was because of ancient times.
Well, it was farming.
You did it.
It was farming.
Right, but when you farmed by the moonlight and the sun.
Farming by the moonlight.
Right, is there any other job or career that you need this to happen to keep it going?
It can't in a modern world. It can't be.
It doesn't serve any purpose.
No.
And it's going to make next week miserable. And the worst part is continuing to participate in daylight savings time is legitimately dangerous. Several studies have shown that car accidents nationwide increase in the days following spring forward daylight savings time. That your odds of having a heart attack increase in the week after.
That's kind of amazing.
Daylight savings time. I mean, sleep is important to your heart.
Oh, yeah, very important.
It's one of the least productive weeks of the year for American workers as you were trying to get your schedule back on with the sleep deprivation. And the change in schedule can cause insomnia and weight gain for 2 to 3 weeks, according to a study that was done a couple of years ago. All of these, by the way, separate studies. These were all separate studies done.
I didn't know about the fat.
Yeah, you're getting fat. Look at your boobies are just going to explode next week. Big old bosomy radio boy.
I mean, just adjusting to the schedule takes a few weeks to really get back into the swing of it where you feel oh, this is normal
It's
now.
jet lag. It's basically you're just getting jet lag.
Yeah. But here's what sucks about it. Is we're going to lose the hour on Saturday night. And it happens, at 2 in the morning, so nobody notices it unless you're a drunk. And
you're going to feel it Sunday morning.
No, I always wake up Sunday morning fine. It's not till Monday or Tuesday where I'm dear
midweek
God.
where
but then
really
you're hungry at the
feeling
wrong time.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, what?
I'm hungry at the wrong time.
You're hungry at
Yeah.
You can't be hungry at 5 o'clock because it feels like
everything's off.
4 o'clock.
I take I'm so regimented. Even my butt has got my, you know what I mean? I go at a certain time.
You're on butt dark savings time?
Yeah.
0 butt 30?
But if I'm taking my morning crammer and it's off by an hour, it kind of screws up my morning.
You know
well, you'd probably have to do it here as opposed to home, right?
Thank you.
Well, no, but work
I don't like dumping here.
Work dumps are the best dumps.
No, they're horrible.
Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
You should write that down.
Somebody already made a T-shirt, and it's sold out right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We lose an hour to spring forward daylight savings time this weekend. It's stupid. It sucks. It serves no purpose. There have been legitimate. Remember when Congress a couple years ago was we're going to change it?
Yeah.
And then they just stopped?
Those idiots. Those clowns in Congress.
What a bunch of clowns. Here's the thing. If we all just decided to stop, it would stop.
Stand up to big clock.
Yeah, I mean, you're really going based on it would really your workplace is really what's going to stop it because if you still have to be there at the same time.
Not if everyone at the workplace would be we'll see you an hour later. That would not happen.
Ooh, everything would come to a standstill.
It would. And I don't even know who to go to change it. Because you bring up big clock, but it's not the Rolex Corporation is lauding this over. It's a federal issue, right?
But everything, your phones automatically switch.
You can change your phone clock.
But I mean, so it won't roll over?
I think you can change it manually.
Because my car automatically just goes forward.
I think you can change it there too.
All right.
I mean, in all sincerity, if we as Americans decided we're not going to take this tyranny anymore.
We're going to take it.
Yeah, because time is a human construct and we decide when it is and what it is. If we all because you have to spring forward, this would have to be the last one because you want the daylight, right? You want it to be.
So you lock in springtime time?
So this would suck. But yeah, because even in the wintertime, the sun starts to set at 4:30.
Right.
Now you would have longer, sunnier winter nights.
Okay.
Which is nice. Right?
Yeah.
So we'd have to bite the bullet this weekend and then just change it.
Lock it. Because some states don't switch, I thought.
There's only one.
Indiana used to not. I remember that. It was the only reason to go by Indiana.
That noise you just heard was Kimmy banging her
Bashing my
leg
knee.
on the console. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Donkey Kong over there.
I thought a truck fell over.
Tell me, not only do so there were some counties in
Yeah.
America that don't
Oh,
participate?
yeah, like county. Is it in like Arizona or
So
something?
and Native American reservations, it's Arizona, Oklahoma, or Texas. Because I've driven through it, where it changes hour switch, hour back, through, hour back. It's like a county that participates, doesn't. Native American reservations,
that's
then you have to go back through all of them again.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know.
I hate it. I hate it so much. All right, so listen, let's band together.
Stand up.
No, seriously.
All right.
It's just time.
It's a movement, man.
It's just time.
Okay.
We invented time.
Just a number on a clock.
That's all it is, Kimmy. That's all it is. And we've only got so much of it.
Yes.
So why are we losing an hour this weekend?
I know.
All right. Let's take a break. Tommy, you need all the hours you can get to watch your shows that you love watching.
I do.
Tommy's a big story watcher.
Yeah.
You own all the streaming services.
Mm-hmm.
And at any one time, would you say you are watching 4 to 5 different series at once?
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like a lot, but we think we figured out why. Because you are a man that is so regimented. Once you start watching something,
Yes.
you will not stop. Even if you hate it?
Yes.
We'll get into it. Next to the break room on 96.5. When you get bored with something, you stop doing it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why, when you're trying to be entertained, would you keep doing something you are not entertained by?
Thank you. You're an idiot.
Well, one man in this room is angry with himself because he says this sucks. Yet every time a new one pops up, guy can't help himself.
I know.
And it sure seems like this is a new phenomenon that has more than just Tommy sitting down to watch something they know they're going to hate.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right.
Yeah.
It's our last pair.
Let's do it.
Not right now. No, now everyone's going to call you.
I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, you know what we always doing. How long are we doing this show for?
You said 8 o'clock.
Comedian. I said in the 8 o'clock hour.
I believe that's what we're on.
Comedian Bert Kreischer is coming to Darien Lake June 23rd.
Right now.
Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. LiveNation.com. We have tickets to give you. Do not call now.
Chill.
Look what you did. You did.
Chill, you did.
Look what you did.
Chill dicks.
Give us
all dicks down.
15, maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
We'll get you those tickets here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you are what I like to call a Netflix hoe.
Mm-hmm.
All you do is watch streaming shows.
Yes.
And you
I think that's most people now. I can't remember the last time I watched a network show when it was actually airing.
But you take it to the extreme where you'll be watching 5 series at the same time
Yeah, we jump around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but there's one series that's really been bothering you lately.
So we found this one on Hulu. It looked good because it took place on an ocean liner.
Okay.
And it's a murder. It's got everything I like.
Murder and boats.
Boats. Big ass boat, big ass murder, right?
Okay.
And it's called Death and Other Details.
Okay.
So it starts out pretty cool. But it's like one of these series, they could have told you the whole story in like 2 episodes. We're on episode 7.
Okay.
And they're hour long and it's going nowhere. But I want to know how it ends. And they keep throwing another twist that's pointless. You know what I mean?
So
you got to get to the end.
Because I'm just trying to figure out why this dude is dead.
At what episode did you get bored?
Third.
So you watched 4 episodes you knew you were going to hate.
But this happens to me in a lot of these shows. I start watching them and then I realize they're just stretching this out. Like they could. It's a good series, but they just make 8 to 10. Some of these places have like 15 episodes of this stuff.
Some of these places, Kimmy.
It's ridiculous,
But
man.
you do feel like you have to finish it.
And they drop them all at once sometimes, so you'll start just binging them.
Okay.
But after a while, like, God damn, man, I get it.
And you know you're gonna, if another one shows up, you're gonna watch another episode.
Oh, it pisses me off because like this one, the episodes come out once a week, and I figure, this has got to be it. And then it'll show coming up next week. I go, God damn it!
So okay, here's what you could do.
Sink that goddamn boat.
Now, I just want to be clear. You actively dislike the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I started liking it.
But you don't like it anymore.
No.
This is not for your job. You are not being forced by your wife to watch this.
No, my wife and I are both watching it, by the way.
Despite the fact that you know you are going to walk away frustrated and upset with yourself after every episode, you are sure you are going to watch every new episode that comes out.
I am locked in.
That sounds like the stupidest thing ever.
It probably is.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Do you find yourself in the same boat, no pun intended?
No, there have been things I've given up on. I don't think if I'm really that uninterested, I don't have to finish the
But
story.
if you started interested, it just goes on and turns boring.
No, I've dropped some things.
I'm super smart.
252 WCMF. How many people have a spiral show they stream? You keep getting pulled down into worse and worse episodes, and you hate it, even though you know you're going to continue to watch it for whatever stupid reason.
Well, they throw like a little plot twist in there, right?
Okay.
Just to kind of keep you
Just
like
enough.
coming up next week.
There are also times, though, I will say I've watched things that I'm not necessarily interested in because I know other people have watched them and I don't want to be left out.
Okay. All right. But that's stupid, too.
No, because you want to talk.
But it's one of those things where it's like, all right, well, at least I can contribute to the conversation.
So you're feeling peer pressured in your home
Yeah, because
alone.
there's a show actually that Tommy watched. I started watching. It's getting kind of boring, but I'm still watching it just so.
Which
just
one?
because I know Tommy's going to come in and tell me about it
Which
anyways. It's the Swans one.
Oh, Truman Capote. It's good.
It's just
Not according to
it's
Kimmy,
very
it's not.
long.
Well, it's got a lot of history to it that I appreciate.
It's really
that was very
doesn't.
condescending. It's got a lot of
It's
history.
more
Not something
about him
Kimmy
I'm pretty
and
sure
it-
a housewife's not going to dig it as much as me.
Says the other housewife. No, like it's one of those things.
It's dirty.
Okay.
But he also does this thing too, and this is what ruins it for me. He builds up this episode, and then I watch it, and I was like, that was nothing like what he said.
I oversell a little.
A little bit.
Okay, so with this spiral stream where you will continue to watch a show on Netflix, Hulu, whatever streaming service that you know you will hate, but you have to finish it. It's weird that this phenomenon is happening all of a sudden, because, Tommy, this wasn't a thing with broadcast television.
Well, no.
Because, like, if a sitcom from back in the day got boring, people just stopped watching, and they canceled it.
But now you're paying into these services.
Okay.
You're more invested in just over-the-air TV from 50 years ago, right?
Well,
and don't forget, you didn't have a lot of options back then. So there was 3 TV stations, 3 channels, and that's it.
But see, it would make more sense back in the day for you to continue to watch a show you hated because you only had 3 things. What's even more bananas about what you're describing is there is literally endless entertainment.
There is.
Endless entertainment for you to choose from. Yet, you are wasting an hour a week of your short left lifespan on a show you're going to walk away hating and you know it.
Yes.
Okay. So you brought up investment. Maybe it's not so much the money. Is it the time you feel like you've invested?
I guess, yeah. I've already started watching this damn thing. I watched it for 4 hours.
What do they call that? The sunken time fallacy?
That's a thing.
You keep doing things only because you've invested in it, even though you're going to lose more time continuing to do it.
You feel like it's wasted time if you don't finish it all the way through.
But think about that for a second.
Which is funny just based on the way you went through school.
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had to finish that.
I'm far more committed to Hulu.
But like, think about that. Tommy, you've already lost 7 hours of your life watching this show that sucks.
Yeah.
And to remedy that, you're going to continue to lose more hours of your life knowing walking in it's going to suck.
Well, I only got 1 more episode.
You sure?
I don't know.
Because, like, if you want to know how it ends, the plot line is probably online. You can just read about it.
Yeah,
But you won't.
No. Well, so sometimes my wife will read about stuff we're watching, and she goes, "Oh, I go, don't tell me anything because it ruins what I'm watching. I don't want to know." These shows are written for basically, if you don't know, it's more interesting.
No, I get that for something you like.
Yeah.
But for this, you could be free. You could free yourself from the chains
Free at last.
of
Free
this
at
show.
last.
Yes, exactly. If you would just read how it ends, it's over.
Yeah.
It would be over. I'll tell you. I'll look it up. Do you want me to do it right now?
No.
Are you serious, you psycho?
No, I only got 1 left. My wife's coming home from our trip. We're going to watch it. We'll be done.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Tommy. He has a show he's watching on Netflix. He's watched 7 hours worth of it, 7 episodes. He hates it. It's boring. It sucks. He liked it at the beginning. He said the last 4 episodes have been terrible.
They're just dragging it out, man.
And he knows every new episode he's going to watch sucks, but he won't stop watching it. He actively walks into watching the show knowing he's going to hate it. What's even more strange, with all this stuff on every streaming service, there is without a doubt, Tommy, something you would enjoy 10 times more.
That My Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have in the corner
list.
over there.
Yeah.
Every one of my services is just cram full of stuff I haven't gotten to yet.
So why not
I'm like that kid at a book fair that grabs like 80 books, and you're not going to read all those this summer, man.
Are you talking about the kids you watch from afar?
Yes.
Okay. You know, it's funny. At least you're aware that there's more stuff you want to watch. Because, Kimmy, every once in a while, you'll hear someone say, there's nothing on Netflix right now.
Yeah.
Which is the weirdest sentence in
Well,
America.
there's also a lot of junk. Like, there's a lot of stuff that kind of fools you in the trailer, and you're like, this is not good. It's a lot of stuff, and you feel like maybe, I don't know what percentage of it you would actually enjoy.
It's a lot of
small.
murder. It's a lot of...
On your Netflix, maybe.
Yes. Like, mine is full of murder.
Okay.
So, to your point, like, after a while, it keeps recommending me more murder.
No, that's what I mean.
And
Like,
now I'm getting, like, foreign murders.
Foreign murder?
I'm telling you.
Are you talking about murder?
And there's almost...
Ford sword.
I got 2 murder mysteries right now that took place in Mumbai, India, and they're dubbed. That I'm not going to probably...
That sounds like the worst thing ever. I hate dub movies, except for some Godzillas. Those are funny.
They're getting better at it. I mean, it ain't like the old, Godzilla movies, but it's still a little annoying.
The problem is, too, because to your point, they'll just show you stuff that they think you're interested in, and you might never be exposed to something you might be interested in because it doesn't really fit your normal
patterns.
Yeah, patterns and categories. So you wouldn't even know what to search for. There is so much stuff out there, but you don't even know unless it pops up what to search for.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point there. We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room from at Leto Aranides II.
Okay.
I should have just said Andrew. It says Andrew over that. You paid into cable, too. The issue is more shows today have a storyline for the whole show, and we want to see it finished. But back in the day, sitcoms rarely had an episode-to-episode storyline, so it was easier to just drop it. That's a good point.
Yeah.
He goes on to say, Duffy, also sunken costs fallacy. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Well, actually, it's a sunken cost fallacy. It's the same fallacy, dick! Yeah, you're right. Like, if you watched Friends, with the exception of who they were banging, it was a new episode every week.
But there were shows like Dynasty that were continuing dramas. There was Dallas.
Okay.
Those shows were like these.
Okay,
To your point, there were a storyline that just kept going.
You had to watch week to week.
Yeah.
We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Nick writes us, I do this with my wife. I suggest a show that isn't good, but my girlfriend... What? But my girlfriend gets hooked, and now I have to watch every episode and pretend like I like it. I could just tell her to watch it with me, but I never do. All right, let's hope that he just got married and he's not cheating on his wife and just accidentally said that in a Facebook page. So wait, now I have to watch every episode and pretend like I like it.
Oh, with
okay,
your wife.
I get what he's saying.
So you sit down with your wife, you start watching a show together.
And you hate it, but she likes it, so you have to keep watching it. Okay, I get what he's saying.
All right.
I won't do that. Does that make me a bad husband?
I don't think most people do.
Well, you say that you and your husband have shows that you have to watch together.
No, well, we have shows that we both like, but for the most part, he doesn't like most of what I watch, so we watch things separately.
Okay.
Yeah, we have our sames and our separates.
Yeah.
So, like, if
sames and the separates.
So if you start watching something with your wife, you don't feel an obligation to continue or finish it with her if you don't like it.
I've tapped out. She's tapped out on stuff. She goes, you can watch this when you want.
Like,
I don't want to watch it anymore.
There's sometimes when I go to my parents' house and my dad will be watching something on TV while my mom has her headphones in watching something else on her iPad.
We do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like at night, sometimes we'll be watching two different services. She'll have her laptop ears in. I'm same with the TV, ears in, completely silent in the room and watching two completely different things.
And it's funny. We look at that as quality time.
Yeah.
Well, it's time.
Well, it's not, though, because you are literally oblivious to each other.
Well, yes.
But no, I'm guilty of it with my wife, too. My wife gets pissed at me because, like, I don't, you guys know me. I don't like this stuff. Like, I'm not a big
you're not a big TV person in general.
No, you like sports.
Yeah, I mean, sports.
So you'll watch sports on TV endlessly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like, literally, we'll sit there and watch it until sports stops. But, like, my wife loves these shows. She loves these streaming shows. And if we start something together, which is rare, I get stuck. I cannot walk away. And if I get up and walk away and go, I don't want to do this anymore, it's like a legitimate argument in our marriage.
Yeah.
And it becomes like, you never want to commit to anything. Whoa. I just don't care about this guy in a kilt that's traveling through time.
I know. I mean, once in a while you find one of those shows, though, where it just sticks. It's like it works for us.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And you look forward to it.
You do. And, like, you're disappointed when it's over.
Now we got to find something else.
Yeah.
All right, but can I bring up something else? And I don't know if this is a problem in your marriage. I know, Tommy, it's a problem in yours.
Right.
And if you say anything about it. Your wife and you are very different people.
For the most part, yeah.
My wife and I are very different people. And we could watch the same movie or TV show and get something very different
Absolutely.
out of it. And every
But
time...
if you're both enjoying it, though?
Well, no, see, we enjoy it in the moment. And then my wife always wants to do this thing after, like we're film noir critics, where she's like,
break it down.
Yeah, talk about it. And every time I give my opinion on what I think the movie
what
was about
happens?
in the message...
Well, because I know you, and I know you're just going to crap on it.
No.
Well, actually, that's not how it really happened.
That is a thing I have said.
Actually,
I have said
you're
that.
wrong.
Well, like, don't pick crappy movies. But, no, like, even, like, the message of the movie or the show, I'll be like, I think it's this. It should be like, no, it's not, it's this. And how dare you think this?
It can end it. I also laugh at things that she finds, like, horrible.
Yeah.
And she'll...
That's just in general, though.
Yeah, but she'll go, how could you even laugh at that? And I'll try to explain why I think it's funny, making things even worse.
Yeah. Why did we not learn that lesson?
I mean, there was an old couple that got blown up by a hand grenade.
How was that funny, man?
It was hysterical, bro.
Did you hear what you just said?
I know. You said that out loud.
They were the manufacturers of the hand grenade.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, my God.
I know what you're talking about.
It was hysterical.
But that wasn't necessarily a serious movie.
But they did blow up with a hand grenade. And but my wife even says, well, what if that was us? They were our age. I go, what are we getting? If I get blown up by a hand grenade, feel free to laugh. If I pick up a hand grenade and it blows up on me, laugh your ass off.
Excuse me, we got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Lila?
Well, in this station would be Layla.
Okay, great. She says, I do the same thing Tommy does. Once you've started, you have to finish. But I was also in the military, like Tommy was in military school, so maybe that's where it comes from. Yeah, no, because Tommy's Mr. has to finish what he started. I got two ex-wives back here that want to talk about that. Although, I mean, you are a regimented person.
I am.
Maybe that's where it comes from.
I'm regimented, but where it doesn't count.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We'll take one call, 252-WCMF. Tommy continues to watch a show on Netflix. He's invested 4 hours in a 7-episode show so far that he hates.
No, this is hours. I'm into hours 7.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. You said I was 4 hours and I'm 7 hours.
4 hours that you didn't like because you said that you liked the first 2 episodes.
Gotcha.
You know,
sorry?
Try and keep up with the class.
TV math.
No, it's all right. Let's give him a break. He's only looking me right in the face while I'm speaking.
I got a little confused.
But he won't stop watching it despite the fact that he knows he's going to hate it because he just wants to finish it. Pete's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so ever since I called Tommy a space or a wing-wong space nerd, my wife listens to the show, so it'll be interesting when I get a text message about this.
God bless.
But we were watching you ever hear of the movie Beekeeper?
No.
It's with Jason Statham.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I really wanted to watch it, so I finally ended up running it one night. She sat down, she's watching it with me. Do you like how the women sit there and they go through and they go, oh, yeah, she was in Bill Cosby, she was in this, she was in that. Oh, this is what's going to happen. They're looking up things before it actually happens. And it's like, will you just sit down and let me watch a movie or a show?
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Like, I think that is a man and woman difference where men can completely engulf themselves in a show or a movie. No?
I think it's the opposite.
You think?
Yeah, I think there are more men that want to do, like, my dad would always predict the movie as it was happening.
Oh, I'll do that too. That's fun.
But that's kind of what he's talking about.
No, he's saying they're
this is like you see an actress.
Like looking up. Oh, okay. Well, I
turn
think,
into live Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Wikipedia.
But it also does bother you when you don't know what you saw that person in before.
Okay, well, do it afterwards. Or just go click
Exactly.
down and it'll tell you who it is.
Well, then she'll, like, we're watching this series, and then she'll look it up, and I'll hear, oh, no.
Yes. That pisses me out. I don't want to know how this
Spoilers.
plays out.
Yeah. Just watch it and figure it out as it goes on.
Petey, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Wait, you guys don't like predicting the movie as the
my
movie
dad
goes
would be
on?
like, oh, you know what he's going to do? And then basically tells the rest of the story. So I guess we could just turn it off now.
I mean, I do it in my head, but I don't want to piss off my wife while we're watching it.
If my wife makes me watch a movie that I know is going to suck and it starts to suck, I will start calling the movie because I know how bad the writing is.
Well, you kind of know the predictability of how they wrote it. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe let's not watch a movie that I already know is what's going to happen an hour before it's over. How about that? All right. It's time, baby.
What are we doing?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Comedian Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Tour is coming to Darien Lake June 23rd, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today, 10 a.m., livenation.com, but you can call and win them now.
Wow.
We'll take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Bert Kreischer tickets is Fully Loaded Comedy Festival, June 23rd, Darien Lake. 8th caller, best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. This is a crime that does not match the age of the accused.
Oh.
And really most crimes don't match this age because this is the time of your life where you probably have the most going on. But if the allegations are true, why this man would have this thing? Because lots of people have this that are listening.
This thing.
Yeah, and they're easy to go get. You can just walk into a sporting goods store and buy one. But you're not a teenager.
Yeah.
And you're not hunting squirrels.
Okay.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It's possible that this man, and maybe some folks listening, are totally unaware that this is illegal. It's not a real weapon. How could this be a crime?
Oh.
But regardless, if the allegations are true, a man from the East Side is facing charges and maybe some embarrassment.
Ooh, an East Side caper.
Yep. After what seems, Tommy, like just a disagreement. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, who's going to see Bert Kreischer?
Philip.
Is that a Bert Kreischer name?
It is now.
Can you see a Philip going to Bert Kreischer?
No, not really.
Okay. Hey, Philip, listen, call yourself Phil when you're at the show.
Well, I think he gave me like his full name.
Okay, all right. That's
he probably goes by Phil.
That was our last pair of Bert Kreischer tickets. If you want to go, they go on sale at 10 a.m. I believe it is livenation.com. Let me double check for you just to make sure I give you the right thing. I'm sorry. It's livenation.com. And if you didn't win and you feel bad about yourself, there's still a chance for you to win something.
Oh.
Well, right now you can go to WCMF.com. Britt Floyd, world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience, returns to Western Auditorium Theater March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, Metal. Head to the contest page right now, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win tickets plus a VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of 2 classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. $300 value, Tommy.
That's a score, buddy.
And if you can't wait to win, tickets for that are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. A man in Victor is facing charges this morning after police say he displayed a weapon towards 2 people.
What did he pull?
Well, we'll get there. We don't know why there might have been an issue here. We don't even know if there was an issue.
Yeah.
But this man has been charged with harassment after police say he displayed a Glock-style 9mm
Jesus Christ.
pellet gun.
Okay, but they look like a real gun.
I mean, yeah, you've seen these before, right?
Yeah.
Now, we don't know if that's the exact type he was using.
Okay.
But according to police, the gun was loaded with small rubber bullets. This man was arrested, brought to the Ontario County Jail for arraignment. But there is still one more detail in this story we have to share.
What's that?
If I told you about someone getting arrested for displaying a pellet gun, what age would you guess that person is? Okay.
A kid.
Kimmy?
Under 21.
Under 21. Kimmy, your thoughts?
I'm going mid-20s.
Mid-20s. This man is 43 years old.
That's a little old for a pellet gun.
Okay. Nope.
Like
What?
you should have a pellet stove that you brag about. I'm not giving my money to RG&E.
What kind of time does the average 34-year-old man have to go around allegedly displaying pellet guns at people?
I'm going to guess an unemployed one.
Okay. Because, like, I'm with you, Tommy. You can see a stupid kid trying to look like a badass. You can see an old man not giving enough trying to prove a point. But at 43, it's most likely in your life you have kids, a mortgage, a career, a pickleball reservation. No time for pellet guns and menacing.
Yeah,
To
you
your
got
point.
things going on.
To your point, even if you're not using a pellet gun for to commit any crime, a purchase of a pellet gun at 40 in your 40s would be a little strange.
Yeah,
right?
I'm with you there.
Just buying the pellet gun.
Yeah, I would think you're buying it for a kid for a birthday
Right.
present.
So, like, are there a lot of guys around that age, between 35 and 55, that own pellet guns? And if you do, 252-WCMF, what do you own them for?
Do you target shoot with it or something?
But you could shoot with a gun.
Right.
Right? You could just buy, like, a gun.
You could do that.
Like
you could go down the gun road.
The
actual gun road.
The old real gun.
Yeah.
Unless, I
guess I understand if you've just had it. You've had it since you were a kid.
Okay, but you held
But to
on
buy
to
a new one.
Yeah, I
or
had
to
a BB
buy
gun. I
one
don't have
later
one
in
over
life.
mounted over my fireplace.
Yeah, and even like if you how long does the average man hold on to a 9mm
don't
Glock style
know.
pellet gun?
Yeah.
And going even further, like I guess the argument can be made there are a lot of guys that live out in the country, women too.
Yeah, but I assume they got actual guns.
But like some will buy pellet guns to like take out squirrels or varmint and
Yeah.
things like that. But I always thought those people use like the long pellet guns.
A rifle.
I don't know.
Right.
I just assume in my head out in the country you had a long pellet gun to take out them squirrels. Like, is it easier to aim those than it is a Glock
Well,
style?
probably easier to get at it if you see a varmint.
Get at it. You're gonna draw on it.
Draw on a varmint.
Draw down on that squirrel. Oh my God, it's red. The charges are bad for this guy, but what might be worse?
Yeah.
The embarrassment.
Yes.
If this were a situation where there was a disagreement,
Yeah.
you would think displaying a firearm would be an attempt to intimidate them. Look tough?
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with me. I got a gun. Bad things, man. And if the allegations are true, The only thing really bad that could happen in this situation would be like a nasty welt on someone's forearm.
Take somebody's eye out, maybe.
Yeah. It's a bad look. Like, and if this were a buddy of mine, I would bust his balls until he managed to get a real gun, at which case I'd stop making fun of him.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're going to be tough and try and play it off like I'm going to hurt you with this thing, when it turns out it's full of rubber pellets.
It's going to sting.
Like, the embarrassment is way worse than what you were trying to attempt to intimidate.
I'm going to give you a belly full of sting.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this 43-year-old man out in Victor. He's been arrested, allegedly displayed a pellet gun in a menacing situation. He's been arrested. Let's talk to Nate. Hey, Nate, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good, Nate. What do you got?
Nothing. I bought a pellet gun when I was 40.
Why?
Well, it's a pellet rifle, so when we're out hunting and the squirrels piss us off, we use that because it's quiet and we just kill them all.
Okay, that makes sense. Like, that makes perfect sense.
But it's involved with your other actual gun. It's your side gun.
You have your real gun, but you use a pellet gun because it's super quiet and it shoots as hard as a .22.
I do have a question. What are the squirrels doing to piss you off?
Oh, they sit there and go and yell at you in the tree stand, so you just shoot them.
Because you're in their house.
Pretty much.
No, but like going back to what we said before, Tommy, if you're shooting varmint, you got a long pellet gun. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but if you just have one just for like personal protection, or you like to shoot a pellet gun, it seems odd to me as a grown man.
Yeah, like Nate, have you ever met a grown man that had a 9mm Glock style pellet gun?
I've met a few retards that carry them around. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Nate. Have a good rest of the day. Long gun, I get.
Yeah.
Like, do you if you buy a 9mm pellet gun, do you buy a holster for it?
Like your little pistol arrow?
Well, I don't know. Like, is it the same holster?
That would be sad.
Well, but like
you have a holstered pellet gun.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Like, now you're trying to be some kind of like pellet badass.
But where are you gonna hold it?
I would assume you shouldn't be holding it. But sorry, so I'm out with my pellet gun.
Yeah.
Maybe you do that badass thing that like drug dealers do. They just put it in the back of their jeans.
Okay, but then what if you accidentally shoot your ass with a rubber pellet?
I don't think it's that bad.
Not according to...
You pellet your cheeks?
Not according to a guy who knows a lot about a lot.
Okay.
Because Rammer's on CMF.
Right.
Hey, Rammer, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday. So, I think this guy's an idiot because, nobody needs a 9mm replica of a pellet gun for any reason other than, trying to be something you're not. Well, I was telling Kimmy, they have pellets, the right pellets and the right type of pellet gun. I had them when I was kids, the pump-action rifles, pump-action pistols. You can literally hurt somebody with those. They're, they're not as innocently, just going to give you a welt as you might think.
How many engine blocks can they go through?
Well, yeah, listen, Tommy, you don't need to go through an engine block.
Come on, Tommy, not everything goes through an engine block, Tommy.
I wish this call was.
This call go through 7 engine blocks.
I had them up until probably in my 30s when we were dealing with, we lived near the canal, so we had a lot of varmint around, and, it's like woodchucks, rabbits. You don't want to kill them, but, you can scare them.
Send a message. Yeah.
Send that home to your mama. But you actually have to make the noise because it's just air when it's coming out of the gun.
I'll cuss a woodchuck.
Woodchuck dance. No. But, they have their use. And then the other thing is you said, well, why can't you just use a real gun for target practice? Well, you can't really disperse a firearm in certain towns in your backyard.
No, but you go to a shooting range and you practice.
And if you're going to shoot, like I'm not a gun guy, but I'm imagining a real gun is going to handle different than a pellet gun if I'm like working on my shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
There's no recoil.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, but you also have to work on your form and your eyes. You're lining up your sights, and so there's more to it than just the way the gun shoots. It's about knowing how to, hone in on the target.
All right, well, Rammer, thank you for all the pellet gun information, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, bud.
Have a good rest
I wonder
of the day.
the percentage of, especially men, who have permanent pellets lodged in their skin from their buddies shooting them because they thought. Because I know two guys that
have BBs in them.
That have BBs in them because they never removed them.
Over under the male population in America, 5% of men that have permanent BBs in their bodies.
Oh man, Over under 5%.
5%, because let's see, if the adult population of America is 200 mil, let's cut that in half for men, that'd be 100 mil. So 5% of that would be 5 million men.
No, there's no 5 million BB-related.
Across America?
Across America.
All the way from sea to shining sea?
Back in the day, probably my generation is probably were the most BB'd.
Oh, no.
Because the BB gun became really popular when I was a kid.
You had the games, but pellet guns. I mean, I remember kids having those.
Yeah, but it's my generation that gave it to you.
Okay.
And free porn.
Shut up,
we gave
idiot.
you BBs and porn.
BBs and porn.
BBs and porn.
I had 3 buddies that had the long guns. And how many times do I have to tell the story on the air of my brother at 18 shooting his flat screen TV that he bought without a warranty 5 minutes after he bought it? 252 WCMF, we're talking about a 43-year-old man in Victor who was arrested after police say he displayed a BB gun. Now, we don't know why he did this to 2 other people. He's been charged with harassment, and there are a lot of people wondering why he's been charged with harassment. You can't display any weapon or something that looks like a weapon in a menacing way. Right? Like that.
Yeah.
That's against
threatening.
Yeah, even if you walked outside to have a conversation with your real gun sticking out of your belt, that's against the law, from what we understand. 252 WCMF, but we were talking about, like, why would a 43-year-old man have a 9mm Glock-style pellet gun? Dan's on CMF. Hey, Danny boy, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got a couple questions. Number one, you guys keep calling it a pellet gun, but they said it had rubber bullets in it. Or rubber-type projectiles.
Yes.
Usually, people are buying these non-lethal guns now so that they don't kill people, but they use them in self-defense, and they're getting popular.
Well, look, I'm going by what the police report said. So they called it a pellet gun, but it said it had rubber bullets.
Yeah, I know. I think they're whatever.
Yeah, the police said they don't have experience with guns.
Yeah, no, they don't. Well, I tell you what, they do like to change the narrative to fit their own story. But
Bro, I hear you, man. They're just locking all kinds of BB gun owners up all over the place. Hey. From my cold dead hands, don't tread on my pellets.
Well, how lame are they in Victor that they're going around worrying about people with pellet guns? Why don't they come to Rochester and get rid of some real criminals? Like people that are smashing through windows with cars and robbing
this
everybody.
went old man real fast.
Well, Dan, here's the concern. Here's the
another unrelated
Are
thing.
they using them rubber cars?
Hold on. No, because then it wouldn't smash. It would just boom. Oh, hit me back in the head again.
And then they just get tickets and let go.
I hear you.
Hey, were you guys having fun here? Not anymore.
No, let's continue the not fun. Because, Dan, here's why this
Dan's
is
coming crashing through the window with his car.
With his rubber mallet. Dan, here's the issue. And, I mean, it's safety for both the people that were opposite the situation and the guy that has the gun. Because, Dan, are you a gun owner yourself?
No.
No, not a gun owner. Okay, but if someone's a gun owner, right, and let's say I got a problem with my neighbor, and I am concealed carrying, and he comes outside and he doesn't know I'm a gun owner, and he's got that BB gun in his hand or sticking out of his belt. I don't know from a distance that that's a fake gun. Right. That could cause someone to draw down and put a bullet in that guy. So to avoid that situation of feeling like I'm being threatened by a real weapon, even though after the fact it's a BB gun, that's why the law exists, and that's why this is kind of a big deal.
Well, I understand, but people run around the city shooting each other with real guns all day long. What do you? I mean, but they're out there worrying about pellet guns, and you got these people that are going around, all these kids driving around, smashing things up.
I hear you.
Stealing cars,
shooting,
and
smashing.
They know who the kids are, and all they get is tickets. They don't even go to jail.
No, I'm with you, man. Like I saw that story the other day where that kid shot a bunch of people, just got a ticket. They gave him an ice cream on the way home. It was bad, Dan. It was bad, Dan.
Hey, don't act like it ain't going on there, brother. Don't act.
I don't think they're giving him ice cream.
No,
That's
but
for sure.
I think what you
they
need
ain't
to
giving
do.
them ice cream, but they ain't giving them jail sentences either.
So we get the Victor Police.
No way.
Dan, I'm gonna let you go, buddy. Thank
so
you.
he wants the Victor Police Department to stop what they're doing and come into the city and take care of those problems.
It makes perfect sense.
All right.
It makes perfect sense.
All right.
This one-off story of someone who called the police after this incident allegedly happened, and the police showed up and they go, "Listen, I'd love to help you. I'd love to help you, but there's a jurisdiction that we don't patrol that we have to go to because someone needs ice cream because they just shot 3 people."
And take care of the cars while you're at it too.
Okay.
All right.
Let's take a break. Okay. God.
He just had to get it out. Just let him get it out.
No, but like, why do you have to get it out here? Like, why do you have to?
Well, it started one way and it just spiraled for Dan. Was his name Dan?
Yeah,
Dan.
probably. But like, here's the issue. I don't know why this week we've gotten a ton of those calls.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because it's been a politically charged week at the State of the Union last
things
night.
are heating
right?
up.
Former president, the news, all these things.
We're going into the political year.
Sure, which is great because we're still 8 months away and it's already starting. I want to hear from you folks. I do. I love hearing your voices. And I can take all kinds of different opinions, right? That's what makes this country great. But, like, if you want to ramble about things that are not pertaining to what we're talking about.
A lot of shows that'll take you rambling.
100%, or
they'll let you go on for hours.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, they might invite you in the studio.
Yeah, you can sit down with them. Yes.
The more boring you are, the better.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Okay.
So let's say you're someone who's a little down. Maybe you just got threatened by a BB gun, and the police didn't show up because they had to go into the city to take care of rubber cars being smashed. You want to meet a friend?
Oh.
Maybe a friend with money.
Oh, that's a good friend.
We now have in front of us the most likely restaurant you will meet someone as a lower or middle class economic person that has money.
They had the restaurant.
Yes. And you will not believe which one it is. We'll tell you what it is. Get ready to make some rich friends, baby.
Damn.
Next to the break room on CMF. People with money usually hang out with people with money.
Yeah.
Folks that don't make a lot of money normally the same, right? Like think of where you are on the socioeconomic ladder and what your friends do for a living, what they drive, what their houses look like. It's all pretty similar.
Yeah.
That is, except for one place that resides in almost every city in America, sometimes multiple, where the rich and the poor can get together for some half-price apps after 9.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. MIT, you're familiar with the college.
Which one of your top thinking colleges?
Top ITs.
Yeah.
They did a study, and they were looking at socioeconomics and friendship. Socioeconomics and where people hang out. Because, tell me, if you were to go to a high-end steakhouse tonight, odds are almost everybody in that steakhouse would be...
Fancy man.
Yeah, top 10%.
Got bank.
Whereas if you went to a fast food restaurant, odds are the majority of those people in that restaurant would be lower socioeconomic class. Well, it turns out there is one restaurant that tends to have the greatest mix of rich, middle income, and lower income Americans at the same time.
So everybody's there.
It is a name brand chain restaurant.
Really?
Kimmy, can you guess what it is?
I'm sorry.
Tommy, can you guess what it is?
So it's got to be a burger joint. It's got to be one of these chain burger joints.
Now, it's a sit-down restaurant. I will say that.
But we do have sit-down chain burger restaurants like your Red Robins and your Five Guys.
What are you thinking?
I'm going to say it's Five Guys.
Wrong. Kimmy, you want to take a shot? The most likely place in America you
got
can see
everybody.
Rich guy, poor guy, middle-class guy, all eating, enjoying themselves at the same time.
I have no idea.
It's Applebee's.
I was going to say Applebee's, but I don't.
What are you, Tommy? I was going to say Brighton. I was going to say.
I completely blanked on Applebee's.
But are there a lot of rich people going to Applebee's?
According to this study done by MIT, your most likely chance to see a top 10% earning American and a lower 20% earning American along with the middle class all in the same place was Applebee's.
Yeah, it's got everything you want. And they put quality on your plate.
Quality enough where folks with money are still going out eating and
because I would just think folks with money looking for more of a status symbol, and I'm surprised that they would go with Applebee's.
No, I mean it's not to say that when you walk into Applebee's, it's going to be a bunch of guys in tuxedos, bald heads, and monocles, right? But if there was going to be a place, apparently it's Applebee's. Is this surprising to you guys?
No, because a true millionaire guy doesn't look it. There was that book called The Millionaire Next Door.
Yeah.
The guy what you think a millionaire looks like and what they actually look like are two different things and how they shop and live.
Sure.
The flashy guys, those flashy guys at those restaurants probably ain't rich because they're blowing all their money on $70 steaks and fancy wine, right?
Great point. Yeah.
It's new money that's just blowing through their pockets. Where that old school guy, he's smart with his money.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right, but if that's the case, then, I mean, there are more economic restaurants they could go to. There is a pendulum here, right?
Yeah.
You want it to be inexpensive, but quality enough where you enjoy it.
Yeah.
So is Applebee's the perfect American restaurant?
It is, because it's got a full bar. Okay. They have appetizers. You feel like you're on you could take your kids there, but it could also be a date night. It's multifunctional.
Okay.
And I guess, depending on where you live, that could be the place in your town.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you think of a town like Geneseo, right? If you're going to sit down and have a nice dinner at not a mom and pop, you're going to Applebee's.
Right. Webster, that thing was an anchor for years.
Same thing in Gates. My parents would go, they would go up there around the
your
corner from my house.
He tore up some Applebee's. So.
You want to laugh your ass off?
What?
My dad spent so much time at Applebee's when I was in high school.
Yeah.
That they put a picture of him over the door in his police uniform when you walked in.
No kidding.
And every
what
time.
What an honor.
It might still be there. If you go to the Applebee's in Gates, look up when you're walking in.
That's kind of an honor.
That's
your
funny.
dad's on an Applebee's wall.
Did you hear what you just said?
I mean, that's kind of a fun fact about yourself.
I'm on an Applebee's wall.
If you're ever in a group setting where they're all right, share a fun fact about you.
You and I ain't on no wall.
I have an Applebee's, I don't know, spot on the Applebee's wall.
I'm not on any wall in my house. And your whole man's on an Applebee's wall.
Bro, don't you
listen, I'm serious. I'm not faking this, man. That's pretty impressive.
That's not impressive that you're on an Applebee's wall. It's not.
Yeah.
I will pay any Applebee's in Rochester $50 to put me on that wall just to even it out. Call me. Tweet at me at WCMF. No, but to your point about how it's got everything.
Yeah.
That menu, you can buy a cheap hamburger all the way up to surf and turf.
Right.
Right? You can go to the bar and buy whiskey and low-end beer. They have high-end liquor as well.
And they give you a nice pour.
And I didn't even it's hard to realize until you look at the study and go, it actually makes perfect
Yeah,
sense.
because there's something on that menu for everybody at an Applebee's, no matter what your tastes are.
Sure. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A study done by MIT studying patterns of where people with money, without money, middle-class folks hang out. They found that the restaurant to have the greatest mix of rich, middle-income, and lower-income Americans at the same time was Applebee's. And it's funny, too, when you look at other chain restaurants that people love. Red Lobster.
Oh, yeah.
It's looked at as a higher-end restaurant.
Well, seafood,
right?
Yeah.
Same with Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when I was growing up, like, if we talked about the tier of chain restaurants, Applebee's was like what everybody went to. You went to Olive Garden when it was a special occasion, and I don't think I ever went to a Red Lobster till I was an adult.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't either.
Why?
Because it was too expensive.
No, it's not. That's the reason why they're so good. They're not that
I'm
expensive.
sorry, Pittsford. What were you saying? Saying what you said?
I don't think Red Lobster's that. I mean, endless shrimp.
No, I mean, my mom and dad would go. They would never take us because it was too expensive. Kimmy, did you go as a kid?
No.
Oh.
I don't have any memory of going to a Red Lobster as a kid.
God, I love Red Lobster. I could just, if I was a lonely alcoholic.
Yeah, not like today.
I would hang out. My drinking spot would be Red Lobster. I'm serious, man.
Look.
The amount of people watching you can do in there, number one. Red Lobster has some of the best people watching you're ever going to see because everybody walks through that door.
Okay, you're right. There's a lot of different
Every
people.
community has got a Red Lobster story.
No, you're right. But here's the thing.
But,
with what we've done for a living our whole lives, we've met a lot of different versions of sad alcoholics.
Yes.
But I don't think I've seen a man sad enough where his go-to drinking spot on a regular basis was a Red Lobster.
If I was my age right now, hardcore drinker,
Yeah.
I'm single.
Yeah.
All I need is a small apartment, a good sturdy bicycle, and within pedaling distance of a Red Lobster. That would be paradise to me. Like, just sit at a bar and just drink whiskey and eat popcorn shrimp.
I'm not saying it's not great.
Oh, my God. That's heaven.
I'm saying don't.
That's heaven.
I wonder if it's shifted over the years, only because I always kind of thought of that cross section of people, like from like high end and just different demographics, as the places that were in the mall.
Oh yeah, I know
the
what you mean.
There was like,
of
I
America.
just feel like there was
not
a
the
time,
food court, the sit-down restaurant.
right? Like the sit-down restaurants attached to the mall were always like just slightly more high-end chains in my mind.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like that TGI Fridays at the mall at Grease Ridge, that was like the Ritz.
Yeah, that
man.
was a hot spot.
They had that secret room in the back. One time I got to sit in it.
But like Red Lobster, every ethnic group eats at a Red Lobster. You'll see every group of people at a Red Lobster.
No, that's fair. But I think seafood also, with the exception of the Irish, goes across every... No, because they sell fish fry, too, on Friday. Right? You're right, because every culture eats seafood.
Mm-hmm. To some degree.
Man, we're blowing the lid off of restaurant culture talk.
We cracked the code.
We'll take one call, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Josh, you got the last word on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Duffy, I love you, but I'm sorry, but the only thing sadder than being on the wall at Applebee's is begging to be on the wall at Applebee's.
Josh, you don't understand, Josh. You don't understand the situation that we have here, right? You cannot let my dad have anything because you'll never hear about it for the rest of your life.
I mean, you got to earn it. You can't just...
You got to earn it. You got to earn that Applebee's wall,
Well, to his point, I always wondered as a kid, because like in Bill Gray's, like they would put like local sports teams and like jerseys and stuff on the wall, and I always wondered, like, I wonder what those kids did to get on the wall.
Oh, I always wonder where they are now. Like, Josh,
Yes,
when you
that
walk
too.
in, because like every Applebee's has like the high school section, same with the Bill Gray's and the Tom Walls.
Yeah.
Like Tom Walls in Avon, Josh, has pictures of kids from the 1950s in high school that grew up in Avon.
Yeah.
Every time I go there, I'm dying to know what happened to those people.
Well, they're all dead.
Now they are.
What?
I'm saying between then and dead.
Jeez.
Kodak, death.
Josh, you want to get on?
Bunch of burgers.
You want to get on the wall with me?
What do I have to do?
Do what his dad did. Save lives. Be a hero.
No, he just drank so many half-price beers after 9, they put him up there. Josh, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
So if you want more money to maybe
Everybody needs money.
take your family to a Red Lobster one time, there are opportunities in cities across America where they will pay you to move there.
Oh.
And this idea sounds stupid. Like, there's no way this would work to sustain a population and communities. And in fact, we have a list in front of us from the New York Post about the most popular places this is happening. Who's going to shuffle off for a couple $1,000s to another city?
Mm-hmm.
It seems stupid.
Yeah.
Until you get like 4 names down the list.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. How many people would move to a new city they've never been to before with no one they've ever met living there only for a little bit of cash?
Well, why would you do that?
It sounds ridiculous, right?
Yeah, because what's the point?
Well, it might be the smartest thing a handful of cities have decided to do across the country.
So it's working.
Well, we only may know this based on what we've been seeing with our own eyes.
Because it had to be a busted-ass city that's paying you to come there. No?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to get creepy.
Yeah, Creep Cap coming at you. And yesterday there was an announcement. A major sporting event that's going to take place in one of the biggest stadiums in America.
Ooh.
And this is going to be the saddest thing that people will pay for. And Kimmy, they're going to pay for it.
But it's a sporting event.
If you want to call it that.
Oh, but it's on a field?
Look, it's a sporting event.
In a stadium.
By definition. But this thing is a sham, and it's sad, and it's dangerous. We'll tell you what it is.
How is it sad and dangerous? It's dangerous to be exciting.
Okay. Well, I'll let you decide.
All right.
Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So since COVID started, several mid-major cities in the United States have been offering cash and incentives to get people to move to their cities permanently.
But not a lot.
So, okay, I'll give you the details in a sec. But the idea here being is if you move to this place you've never been, you lay down roots and you get paid for it, eventually you'll stay and you'll help build their economy.
Which I had to literally uproot myself and go to your town I know nothing about.
Yes. It's actually become so popular. There are now businesses built around this.
Really?
A website called MakeMyMove.com hooks people up with cities that would be best for them and are willing to pay them to go there. And the site says the average person who uses them and moves gets $20,000 in cash and incentives. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, but keep in mind you are uprooting your whole life.
Right. Everything changes.
And you are going to a place that you've probably never lived before.
I mean, unless you're single, how could you even do it?
Well, there are families. I mean, if you got kids, you can take the whole family.
All right.
All right, now I want everybody listening to take a second to think. Would you leave everything you have here to go to a completely new place for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000?
Was this a one time?
You got to live there.
Right, but I mean,
You're only getting 20 G.
Right, like it's a one-time 20 G, or is this added onto your salary every year?
Oh no, this is through the city, the county, the town.
Okay.
So it's a one-time payment.
So it's not like it's not like they're giving you enough to necessarily like settle down there forever. Like you're not buying a house with that.
No,
you know?
but I guess the idea it's a down payment on a house, right? I mean,
yeah, if you can find. I mean, I'm guessing. I know like Rochester's super competitive housing-wise, but I think that's going on everywhere.
It is. So this article in the New York Post lists the most popular cities with these programs, the ones that have had the most success. Right. And they are not places, Tommy, you'd think of as exciting.
No, they're probably not. They're like off the beaten path.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay, I've been there.
Handing out $10,000 for folks over 18 that will move there to work remote. Would you want to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma?
No.
Topeka, Kansas.
Again, it's the Tulsa of Topeka.
$15,000 worth of cash and incentives.
So these are prairie towns that nobody thinks about.
And by the way, Topeka also going to help residents with housing and jobs when you get there. So far, Tommy, this is a dud, right?
Yeah.
Who wants to go and live in these lame places? What kind of people would take advantage of it? Until you get to the third city on the list.
Ooh, how bad's it getting?
Rochester, New York. We are offering $10,000 in grants and incentives for people to relocate here. And we knew a little bit about this program a couple of years ago, but this article says it's one of the more popular ones in the country, that people are moving here thanks to what's being offered.
To other places maybe on that list. It's more of like a city feel maybe than
how
the
would you
other
know
ones?
if you've never been? People
It doesn't quite feel like you're in the middle of nowhere here.
To someone that's never been, if you look at a map.
Yeah, but how many people move to New York thinking they're going to be like a drive away from New York City?
I'm guessing you're Googling before you make the actual move.
Thurman Thomas. But
well, that was in the Four Falls of Buffalo.
I don't know.
We're all the
we
big
know
buildings.
people who have moved to Rochester.
All right, so I moved here.
And family members thought that they were going to be near a bunch of cool stuff.
Okay.
So I remember when I moved, because I moved here not knowing anything about Rochester, but I had something I wanted to do, right? This job.
Yeah.
Like I got this job, so like it didn't matter what this city looked like. Or what, but to move to a town where you don't have anything going on.
But you at 18, though, I guess I could see just change of scenery kind of thing.
It's 18 and up.
18 and up.
Right. I'm just thinking like I think you're going to get more younger people like in that, 18 to early 20s range than you will somebody who.
Because you got to fit your kids into a new thing. Your wife's got to be happy.
Yep. Happy wife, happy life. That's what the sign on my wall says.
You have to worry about more people the older you get.
I was a single loner. It was easy. I can't imagine, even if I had an old lady back then, I couldn't have done it.
No, I'm with you. So
it would have been terrible because she wouldn't have adjusted.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Rochester, New York is offering $10,000 in grants and incentives for people to relocate here. You can get $500 for simply applying and coming to Rochester to interview for the program.
Wait, just take a trip up and look around?
Yes, they'll give you $500 to pay for your hotel and eating and stuff. So now that we're on this list, the first question, does it change how effective you think it would be? Because we know there are a ton of people that have moved to Rochester in the last couple of years. And I'm curious, while we're on this topic, if there are people who are listening that took advantage of this program, 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
That they didn't live here beforehand. They didn't,
no connections.
Go to school, leave, and come back.
I mean, look, we talked to a woman. I think
It'd be a me, where I've never been here before and moved.
But you came for a job.
Right.
Yeah.
We talked to a woman a couple weeks ago on the show who was from Long Island. And she called the show. We were talking about, whatever it was, something great about Rochester. And she said she came up here to visit with friends that were at college, and she loved it so much.
I thought she went to school here.
I know
or somewhere up
here. She
here.
visited friends in college.
Oh.
She loved it so much.
Yeah.
She moved here.
Yeah.
And then eventually moved her parents here.
Yeah.
And she had been here for over a decade. And Tommy, we know Rochester's a hidden gem.
Yeah.
We know that people that move here, it gets in their blood. And if Rochester does that for folks who relocate to our area, who says Tulsa or Topeka wouldn't do the same?
I guess because the Midwest is very bland.
Okay.
At least when I drove through it.
That's kind of what I was thinking of. It doesn't feel like you're as in the middle of nowhere as you would, literally the middle of the U.S.
Okay, but there are things that Topeka or Tulsa would have to offer that Rochester doesn't. And you said something key there. Everybody thinks they know about other cities because you drove through them.
Yeah.
You didn't live there.
No, I did not.
You didn't walk around, check out the scene. You didn't talk to people because I've been to a ton of cities. I can't tell you what it's like to live in these places.
And those places could have grown a lot since the last time you were there in the last, couple decades.
100%. You really won't know until you move there. And I think that Rochester is proof of that. I'm reading this article, and I love Rochester. I'm not going anywhere, right? But it got me thinking, maybe I could do well in Tulsa. Maybe I could have fun in Topeka. Maybe my life is missing something that those Oklahoma or Kansas can offer me.
All right, what's your favorite food? Favorite food,
corned beef and cabbage.
No, you ain't getting that.
You're getting corned beef. It's beef country. It's what's for dinner.
And by the way, you don't eat that on a normal. What's your normal? Do you like?
My normal favorite food would probably be.
You like that Italian steak?
Yeah, you're right. I love Italian food.
Good luck.
Mexican food. Oklahoma's got a ton of Mexican.
You will get that, but you're going to get authentic
Shut
Mexican.
Up, bitches.
No cheese.
Shut up with the no cheese in Mexico.
Okay.
I'll buy into cheese in China. I won't buy into no cheese in Mexico. The strange part about this whole program, again, story in the New York Post this week, they talk about the cities over the last couple of years that have offered cash and incentives for folks that were working remotely to move. And you actually don't have to work remotely. It's just moving there, finding a job, whatever. Up to $20,000 in some of these places, and how the program has been very successful for a couple of cities, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Topeka, Kansas, and we, Rochester, New York, are on that list.
Look at that, number 3.
So the strange part about this whole program, however, to qualify for the $10,000 in Rochester, you have to move from at least 300 miles away and have a fully remote job.
Okay.
So no one that can hear us would qualify for that here in Rochester. But we would qualify for the Topeka money. We would qualify for the Tulsa money and and money from other cities in Indiana, Kentucky, and Michigan. I have no incentive other than my life that I have to stay in Rochester. But I do now have an incentive to move to those other cities. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get paid to stay here in Rochester.
There's no bonus, basically, for staying.
But there's a bonus for these other places,
Mm-hmm.
right? It does nothing for the folks who live here in the short term.
No.
And there may be a discussion to be had about using cash and incentives to attract people with no roots here while leaving out the folks that made the community so good that people will now move here for a little extra help.
And getting young professionals in.
Well, no, I'm saying
No, but I'm saying like the incentive for Rochester is to get young people in.
I get it, but it's also frustrating that I've been here my whole life, right?
Yeah.
I am a tiny part of the fabric that made this community what it is. So did you. So did you. So did all the people that have grown up.
But don't you want other people to enjoy that?
Yeah, but like
and contribute to it.
And your community ain't going to grow unless you bring these people in.
Okay, but that's not necessarily true. I mean, the community.
Well, but it's good for small businesses. I mean, depending on where they live, they're going to spend their money.
You're
I
right.
mean,
You're right, but it is a little left up. Like, hey, man, I've been here this whole time.
Yeah, but that's like when you see the cables offering new deals to new customers. Well, you ain't new, sucker.
No, but that's also a crappy thing to do. I've been giving you my loyal business for how long? And by the way, your wife calls and gets that deal.
She does.
So shut up. Like it's a little bit of a middle finger to like, hey, thanks for making this place so great that people want to come. Shut up. No, you guys are bothered by that?
I didn't really look at it that way.
Well, 'cause you're not smart.
I get it though, living in a city like this, because to your point, you really don't know much about it unless you grew up here, I'm guessing. So I could understand why you would need to give somebody a little motivation to come here and live here.
Man, we're tired of your.
You got to sell it a little bit.
We ain't paying you nothing.
We're not trading people.
You drag your ass out of here for all I care. Go on, get.
Well, I'm in Oklahoma now.
Yeah.
You know, there is something a little romantic about picking up and just starting over.
No, I mean it's a fresh slate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting paid to do it. It's very westward ho, which is what they would call Tommy's mom when she traveled to California.
The other thing is, do you fit into these communities?
Well, you have a.
Well, I'm guessing you're going to find a lot of if it's a place that's trying to grow the population, you may get an influx of like younger professionals also doing something similar.
And even without the younger professionals, just because you think you have an idea of the stereotypes that live in Topeka or Tulsa or Fayetteville, Indiana, or Grand Rapids, Michigan, that ain't the case, man.
Yeah, but you go to them bars with your fast, loud-ass mouth, and you think everything's a goddamn joke, they might not see it that way.
Shut up.
We're a Christian town.
What are you talking
We don't need
about?
your blaspheming, commie New York mouth.
What do you Let's talk about someone from the Midwest, just random person. Create them in your head.
Yeah.
What do you think those people think of the stereotypes of Rochester, New York?
Well, they probably think we're New York.
Okay.
Like, take everything that people hate about New York City, that's what they would put in Rochester.
Okay, so wrong.
Well, if you were in, I will say this, if you were in Greece.
Shut up.
You would. Greece is Long Island.
Shut up.
It
Greece
is, man.
is Rochester's Long Island.
It is. It's
the Long Island of Rochester.
It looks like Long Island, and it
God,
sounds like
up.
Long Island.
Shut up. It's nicer than Long Island. Greece is nicer than Long Island.
It is. It's not as beat up. Long Island's a little bit older.
Like there.
It's funny because going to school, nobody ever knew where Rochester was, so I would just tell people I was from Buffalo. Because they at least had like a concept of Buffalo being upstate New York.
That makes you a traitor.
Because
you're a traitor.
If I said Rochester, they assumed like somewhere near New York City.
They think it's like New Rochelle.
And it was a pain in the ass
You
explaining
think West
it.
Virginia knows New Rochelle?
No, but they think
Hey,
that.
you from one of them New Rochelle burbs?
They think you're in Yonkers.
Like even people that I went to school with from like Long Island didn't know where Rochester was.
It is, and then you have to explain it to people.
I understand.
And I remember the first time. So remember that fiance I had?
Yeah.
So I brought her up here, right? And you know what her takeaway was? Everybody's pale and has tattoos. That's the only thing that stuck
That was
with her.
just your coworkers at the time.
Yes. But that was her takeaway.
Okay.
And she was no dummy. She had a master's degree.
Yeah, but she was also engaged to you, so jury's still out. I know. Look, I mean, the more that we have this discussion, again, we're talking about this article in the Post this week, the cities that started offering money after COVID to get people who worked remote to move to their communities. It was very successful in Tulsa. It's been very successful in Topeka, Kansas. It's been very successful in Rochester, New York. We're on the list. They offer people $10,000 in incentives to move here to work remotely. You have to be from at least 300 miles away, and they'll give you $500 simply for coming to check out the city and interview for the program. But look, my knee-jerk reaction when I first saw this headline, not knowing Rochester was in it, is this is stupid. Who would do this?
Well, it looks sad. Like your city sucks so bad, you're willing to give people money to move there.
But as someone who, we traveled alone a ton.
Yeah.
Like the more we talk about this, the more romantic it kind of becomes because you could leave and become whatever you wanted.
You could reinvent yourself.
It's all you. I mean, it would be lonely for a little while, but if you had a hobby, if you were willing to go out and meet people, this might be fun.
It could be. For a young person, I think it would be great.
But even now, like if I'm a single 30-year-old guy, 40-year-old guy
That's
with
a
no
young
kids.
person.
Yeah, but think about you
Midlife
and
crisis, bro.
Well, I moved here when I was 34.
Yeah, and you were sad. You were like, my neighborhood bar is Red Lobster, sad.
but you in your 30s though, not as easy to like make friends, I'm guessing, and especially if you're not working in a office. You know, you're not making friends through work, so.
Right.
I think like 20s,
good
it's
point.
much easier to go out, meet people, have fun than it is when you're in your mid 30s and there aren't as many people out there doing the same thing.
And you're going to have to do like Tulsa fun. You're going to be Rochester.
Oh, my God. Will you shut up?
It's going to be a lot of roping and riding.
Wait, your mom's going to be there? When's the last time you were in Tulsa?
Oh, God. So I actually had a comic buddy of mine.
Mm-hmm.
His girlfriend lived in Tulsa, so we were going through. We ended up going to like a game there, a baseball game for the Drillers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I spent like couple weekends there. Where's Oral Roberts University? Tulsa.
Is it in Tulsa?
Yeah.
Stop pointing at me.
No, I remember said like
Tulsa!
that. Their big thing was Oral Roberts University.
Yeah.
And this is right when he was saying, and we were there when he was telling everybody that God said if you didn't raise so much money in a certain amount of time, God was going to kill him.
So did they get it?
No, he's dead.
I mean, Tulsa has a bigger population than Rochester.
It's got a downtown. I mean, it's got buildings.
It's big.
So there you go. Like, I mean, I
All
know.
buildings. Roping and red.
They're one of the biggest oil cities in America, too.
Well, yeah, once you get out in the Midwest.
It's almost
oil
double the population.
All right. And look, I'm not trying to sell people on moving to Tulsa. The point I'm making is if you know how good Rochester is and you look at these other cities with the idea in your head of, oh, my God, I don't want to live there, folks are saying the same thing about here.
Yeah.
We're offering money for people to go, so maybe that leap of faith isn't so crazy.
But here's the thing, like, you know how like here it's a short trip to go to like Toronto,
Yeah.
Montreal, New York, Pittsburgh,
dip,
Cleveland.
Sure.
When you get out in the Midwest, you are way
nearby.
away from the next fun town to do things.
You're right.
Unless
You're right.
it's more of a flight than a drive.
Oh, you're out there.
Yeah.
Well, you can go to Norman. Go Sooners!
Wait, Norman, Oklahoma?
Yeah, isn't where the Sooners play?
Yeah. But that's that's next to
Boomer Sooner.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm with you. I got nothing.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This is going to be happening in Dallas, in one of the biggest stadiums in America.
Oh.
Live, that you'll be able to watch on the most popular streaming service in America. And this blew up social media yesterday because one of these guys is one of the greatest performers in this sport that has ever existed.
Yeah.
And the other guy, to a certain segment of the population, has become, Kimmy, this A-list celebrity. And I don't get it. I don't understand it, but that's beside the point.
Okay.
This is going to make money, and people are going to watch.
Yeah.
And it's awful because everything about this sucks.
Can't wait to hear.
We got that, and it's Friday. I know what that means.
Oh, everybody wants to hear that cricket.
Yep, coming at you next here in the break room at 96.5. This is a sham.
A sham?
It's a straight up sham.
A shamola.
It's dangerous.
Okay.
It's stupid. It's not what you think it's going to be.
But you're saying it's going in a stadium.
It is in one of the biggest stadiums in the country.
So everybody wants to see it.
Well, that's just it, man. Like, you're not going to get what you think you're going to get.
All right.
And when you keep supporting stuff like this, it keeps getting worse and worse.
Oh.
And this is proof of it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You just ooze and gross.
Put that in a stadium.
No, I meant like out of your face.
Yeah.
But you also say creepy things. And Kimmy collects all those. She puts them in a little segment that we like to call the Creep Cap. And it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. My mother was a very good sexual partner.
I can't tell if that's a dying spider or she's giving your father a prostate exam. God, man.
Oh, and by the way, she did that too, bro.
Can I ask a second?
Almost got her kicked out of the home.
Can I? Shirtless face behind me if you're watching the live stream and tell him that he ain't worth nothing.
Teacher hot beef. He's a fat daddy and he's cleaning his mama's plate.
Not his mama's plate!
Well, it's his mother of his children.
What the hell is wrong with
It's
you?
a deep south. It's fine in church.
Like,
I tell you what I would scarf down when you talk of Italian.
I can think of a couple of things.
No, your mom in a cup?
Oh, for God's sake. I also think that someone who has more notches in their bedposts would be more confident in the bedroom.
Yeah,
right?
knows how to work a finger. That's what she said. We also got a pecker pill.
Okay.
So
I don't know how you're going to use that with a 20-year-old man you're in an argument with.
Oh, I'm going to poke you, son. I'll get your eye like a onion.
Don't say what?
Fumble tongue.
He's going to fumble his fumble tongue.
Yes, he is. Fumble tongue.
Not last night. Fumble tongue was doing it right. 52 porkins a year, but that don't count her rear.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what she said.
But here's the
It's
thing.
okay, we're married. It ain't a sin. No, I got to ring I go, man, I got to stop for a minute. My wrist is killing me.
Okay,
I
look.
was with Pat's mom last night.
What, you talking about Dr. Stinkfinger?
Oh, yeah. Daddy goes to the wrist.
That's your dad and your mom. And by the way,
Didn't stop him.
Every guy already knows.
Hey, he wasn't down there going, hey, you know what's going on right now? Tommy's dad's fist.
That's your mother.
Oh, your mom's there?
Yeah, but she wasn't. She was going.
No, that was last night. That was in the Upper Falls. That's where she worked.
Got it.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. Yesterday,
What happened?
it was announced that Mike Tyson
Yeah.
is going to fight again. It'll be July 20th at AT&T Stadium in Dallas.
It's official.
Yes, it's going to happen. The
All right.
contract has been signed. Can you do me a quick favor, Kimmy? Can you Google the capacity of AT&T Stadium for a boxing event? Thank you, because it might be over 100,000.
Oh, my God.
And he will
So Mike Tyson's 59?
he's 58 years old. He'll be 58 the night of the fight.
All right.
And Tyson will be fighting YouTuber Jake Paul.
So who is this cat?
All right, so he started on the Disney Channel back in the day. He got big on Vine.
Oh, he was on the Disney Channel?
I believe so.
I thought he was just like a YouTube person.
I think he got his start as a child actor. But
Is
I
he a
could be wrong.
boxer?
So that's just it. He got famous on Vine. Remember that? He transitioned to YouTube. And
Vine was like the early TikTok,
Right.
if you will.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Right.
And at some point over the last couple of years, he decided he wanted to try boxing.
All right.
So he started training for boxing, and he's had fights. In fact, his professional record, I believe, is 9-1. Here's the problem.
Yeah,
with
who'd
that.
he fight?
That's it. It's tomato cans. The
Yeah.
fights are jokes. They're
Right.
absolute jokes. And if you watch those fights, there is a serious argument to be made that they
People
are
like break them down like slow motion wise, why they think like certain things were faked.
They're fixed.
Yeah.
They're fixed fights. Look, I mean, look, I say this as a guy that watched boxing. To me, all of those
All right.
fights, and I've never paid for one of them because I won't, because it's gross.
Yeah.
But they're fixed fights. And he's making a fortune doing this.
Okay.
So, like you said, Tyson will be 58 on fight night. Jake Paul is 27 years old. The fight is going to be on Netflix.
Oh.
So you won't have to pay for it. If you have Netflix, it looks like
Yeah.
you're already going to get it.
Interesting. Oh, it's
This-
not like an extra thing they're going to charge you for.
I don't believe so. This sucks so hard.
So why are you hating it?
Okay.
I mean, it's a stunt, obviously, like you said.
Okay. First of all, it's a sideshow. There you go.
Yeah.
By the way, 80,000.
80,000 people for a boxing match.
That's what it says.
Okay. So it's a sideshow and people are going to watch it, which means after people watch it, more stuff like this is going to happen.
Sure.
And it's the worst. Not to mention, it is super dangerous. Mike Tyson's too old to be fighting. And I know the guy seems like a machine, and we all have these visions of him being, 28 years old and just demolishing people. And you have this image of him, the toughest man on the planet. He's almost 60.
Yeah.
No one should be getting punched in the head at 60 years old.
Probably not, considering you've been getting punched in your head so much. And every other thing you've done to your life.
Tommy, he shouldn't have been taking shots to the head at 38. The last competitive fight Mike Tyson had was 19 years ago. Do you know who he fought?
No.
Kevin McBride. A nobody. He quit on his stool.
Comic? With the credit card?
He quit on his stool. He didn't come out.
Oh.
And he said in an interview afterwards that he just can't do it anymore. I don't have it. At that fight, he was 39 years old.
Yeah.
He is 58.
Now, he's in really good shape, right?
Yes. So here's the thing. Tyson had an exhibition bout against Roy Jones Jr. You're familiar with him, another legend of boxing, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I paid for that fight. But I paid for that fight knowing that I was going to watch like an old-timers day at Yankee Stadium. You had two guys that took this sport very seriously, and they were going to put on a technical exhibition match. And it was great.
Yeah.
It was like a blast from the past. I had fun watching it. But both of those guys are legitimate boxers who have a lot of respect for each other that weren't going to hurt each other.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to expect with this.
Yeah, this is like Evel Knievel jumping the fountain.
Yes.
Everything you're saying sounds right. I know nothing about boxing, but I also want to point out that you kind of sound like one of those old school baseball purists.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Keep the game the way it is.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
We don't need any new fans.
But
let the sport die, as long as it dies with pride.
But here's the thing.
I mean, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure this is a widely dangerous thing. It's not really boxing. But if it is putting new eyes on the sport, is it a bad thing?
But it's
I
not.
don't know.
But it's not.
They don't license anything these days.
So that's the thing. We don't even know if this fight is licensed.
Well, why would it be? Because there's no title on it, right?
When was the last time you talked about boxing?
Well,
as a legitimate
but
boxing
this
match.
isn't boxing. It would be like saying, "Hey, there's a celebrity softball match we should all go to. This is really going to help Major League Baseball."
But beyond this event, does it put more eyes on the sport in general by doing something like this?
I don't think so, and here's why.
Okay.
This is not the first time they've done stuff like this. Come back with me, everybody, because we talked about this at length when it happened in 2017, 2018.
What fight was that?
Conor McGregor.
Oh, yeah.
Versus Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
And even that was less of a sham because Conor McGregor's an actual professional fighter doing MMA. But that was a sham. Mayweather carried him. Did that help boxing?
No.
I don't know. It's the only boxing match I've ever seen.
Come with me again. Okay, so did you watch more boxing after that?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, and then come with me again because Floyd Mayweather did this a second time. Floyd Mayweather fought Jake Paul's brother Logan. Or no,
I thought he fought Jake Paul.
I thought he fought Logan Paul. It doesn't matter. He fought one of the Paul brothers. There's two of them, right?
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather carried that kid. Didn't hit him hard.
Yeah.
Made sure he went the distance so they could get their paychecks, right? And Kimmy, you remember that fight, right? You remember that happening? Did that make you want to watch boxing more?
No, but I'm probably like the wrong person for that.
But
it's never interested me in the first place.
They're going on the right streaming service.
Netflix.
Going on Netflix.
Why is that?
Because Netflix has actually done these series on different sports that have really grown the sport, and Formula One's the biggest one.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So they're probably thinking, because they've had some success with some of these other shows, like they've done rugby, they've done soccer.
Sure.
They may do a whole build up to the fight. Like, you may not just get the fight, you might get all the backs. I mean, it may work.
Do it with a real fight.
I agree, but who's out there anymore?
Yeah.
Canelo,
Like, I can't
there's
name.
a kid Ryan Garcia, although he took a loss.
But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're not like Tyson was household.
Yeah.
Mayweather was household. I can't think of anybody relevant now that I can't name a fighter.
No, I'm with you. I understand that.
But I didn't even. So to your point, I don't know where those eyes would go because you had to really search out boxing to watch it on TV.
It would also help if they were free to watch.
The fights.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I mean, look, I know I'm getting deep here, and you're right. Boxing killed itself, right?
Yeah.
The greed took over, and it got crazy and stupid, and I agree
it was
with you.
it became an old man sport.
Which is stupid because I think that if folks actually watch it, they would enjoy it. And now I understand I sound like an old man. But
these young people, they don't appreciate the sweet sciences.
No, you're right. You used to be able to watch Ali fight on ABC.
HBO used to show fights every Friday night.
You could watch Ray Boom Boom Mancini fight for free on television.
See him kill a man.
For God's sakes. That being said, there is free boxing almost every weekend on ESPN. They have Friday night fights, Saturday night stuff, and I sit and watch them, and they're great fights. Now, granted, I've been doing this since I was a kid.
But there's no star power anymore.
No, look, I don't disagree with you, and I get that the star power of Tyson is going to attract eyes, and most people want to see this kid get the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah.
But two things to consider.
What's up?
One, again, we're talking about Mike Tyson agreeing to fight YouTuber Jake Paul at AT&T Stadium in Dallas. I believe the fight's going to happen in July. Tyson will be 58 on fight night. Paul will be 27, and it'll be broadcast on Netflix. First off, if this is a sham fight, which seems like the most likely explanation, you're not going to see what you think you're going to see. It's going to suck hard. If it isn't a sham fight, you're either going to see some 27-year-old rich kid get seriously hurt by one of the baddest fighters in the history of boxing, or you're going to watch a 58-year-old man get slaughtered because 27 versus 58 just ain't fair. And how many times do we have to watch that happen?
But that's you're kind of selling me on it.
No, go back and watch Larry Holmes and Ali. It's one of the saddest things you'll ever see in your life.
But you're a deep boxing guy.
I don't know like the nuances of boxing. I can't tell a real fight versus a fake fight. I just don't know the difference. I don't know enough to know the difference. Like I mean, does it matter?
To me, it does.
But like guys my age, I'd like to see him knock that kid out.
It ain't gonna happen. Because like if this is happening and it's a sham fight, right? Either it's gonna be an exhibition with no winner or loser. Or, I mean, what are they paying? I can't see Tyson with his love of the sport. He's one of these like deep historical fighters. He's not gonna throw a fight.
But he's also done some pretty jackass things in the ring.
Agreed.
For a guy that loves the sport.
But here's the thing. Here's the other thing. Like, look, Tyson has a checkered past. Checkered past.
They never bring it up.
And he's one of these interesting studies in redemption because the guy has come out at length and talked about what he's done, why he did it, the guilt that he feels. And if you want to believe him, you can.
Yeah, I mean, that one-man show he did was phenomenal.
But there's also people that look at him and go, well, that guy's just trying to make money and he doesn't mean what he's saying. And I also understand that too. But like the redemption arc that Tyson has been on for the last 30 years makes me believe this is going to be a real fight. Okay. And that scares me.
You think somebody's going to get seriously injured?
Without question.
I'm in. That's Netflix.
Okay.
Bro, I watch every horrible thing. I watch every historical horrible thing. I have seen how every girl in a miniskirt died in the 1960s.
Okay, but there's a difference.
As soon as she's getting out of that Mustang, she's dead.
I will make you a promise. What? If this is a real fight, one of them is going to do something that hurts the other, and when it happens, you are going to feel terrible about yourself.
I saw him bite the ear. I remember when Boom Boom killed Dooku Kim. That was on Wide World of Sports.
I understand, but like that's
like
just
Coach Sal didn't even stop talking.
But you're actually illustrating my point. Those are two professional fighters in peak shape in their prime, and people die. It happens. So what is this? What is this?
Legends of the game.
God, no, because it's not. Like, if you put Holyfield and Tyson back in for an exhibition match.
One legend of the game.
I would understand that. I get it. Like, that makes sense. We're reliving our childhood. They're not going to try and hurt each other in a way that could cause permanent damage.
Does it help, though, that there are people that don't really like either of these people?
No, and that's why they're doing
who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy?
And you're exactly right. I mean, that's the draw of this fight. And there's also the thick underbelly of this thing is what bothers me the most.
Like what?
Well, let's see. If we look at the last couple of fights like this, you had Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
There's a difference between those two. What's that?
I don't know.
And then you had one of the Paul brothers and Floyd Mayweather again. And those two guys are different in some way. I can't remember what that is. And then now you have Mike Tyson.
All right, what's the difference? I don't know.
One's white, one's black.
Oh, this kid's white?
Yes. Throughout the history.
I didn't even know what this kid looks like.
For the last 50 years, they've been looking for the great white hope. You've heard that term before.
Oh, yeah.
So, you think about Jerry Cooney and Larry Holmes. That's probably the biggest example of that before Mayweather and then Tommy. Oh, my God. I'm going to say his name from Rocky V. No, he's black.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe he fought a white guy.
No, I'm sure he did at some point. It didn't last long. The point that I'm making is
the white guy always gets his ass kicked.
Yes, and that's what's gross about. No, that's not what's gross. I don't care if the white guy gets his ass kicked. What I'm saying is boxing has this history of using race as a way to sell tickets to people that have horrible feelings about things, and they're doing it again on a fight that's going to hurt somebody.
But at least they're doing it in the greatest stage of all time.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Texas Stadium, Jerry Jones.
I hear you, man.
Cheerleaders.
If there's one place that's going to hold
Top.
it.
ZZ Top's coming?
But you know ZZ Top's going to do the national anthem.
There's only two of them left. And you got to take your hat off for that. ZZ Top can't do it.
They only lost the drummer, bro. You're fine.
Let's not get in the drummer discussion again. So, are you going to watch this legit?
If it's on Netflix, yeah. Because I didn't even have to watch it live because it'll be on Netflix whenever I want to watch it afterwards. So I have to stay up till like midnight to watch it.
I mean, I feel like if you don't catch it live, you don't care enough to
But if something really
it.
cool happens,
You're gonna see it 1,000 times on social media. So you'll get the highlights.
You're right. I'm an old man, but I'm fine being an old man.
They ruined our sport.
They ruined it themselves, but this makes it worse.
All right.
Just saying.
All right. Can't wait to see it.
Shut up. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CM. That's going to be Rapperoo.
That's the old Irish. That's a nice Rapperoo. I guess I'll be seeing you down at the old Boot Barn tomorrow.
In the break room, CMF. Yes, you will see me at the Boot Barn. I will be at the Boot Barn, Highland Drive, next to Value City Furniture tomorrow. They got a community work event going on, as in like the work stuff you're going to be wearing.
Yeah.
You know, Carhartt, Hawks, things like that. I'll be there from 11 to 1 o'clock, but it's not just me that's super cool being there.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, first of all, the deals are phenomenal. They're going to have folks that work with these companies, that'll be there to help explain things for you. They have food truck, mechanical bull, axe throwing truck.
Wow.
Yeah,
Be
and
careful.
beer tasting.
Okay.
All of that tomorrow. I'll be there from 11 to 1. Come out, say hi. Boot Barn. Next to Value City Furniture on Highland Drive with me and your friends from 96.5 WCMF. We are super late. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy, who will one day also turn into an old man.
Yeah.
As if that shirt hasn't started the process.
Oh, yeah, that is very old guyish.
Well, I heard it's housewife.
She's trying to go same team against you, and I'm not biting.
And by the way, that's a shacket.
No, it's not. It's just
that's
a flannel.
shacket. The way you're wearing it, shacket.
I mean, you could call it what you
You're
want.
wearing it shacket
guess.
style.
It's just a flannel. How else do you wear flannel?
You look like Walter Matthau in every movie he's ever been
Thank
in.
you. I was going
That's
for
not a
Grandpa
compliment.
Chic.
For Tommy,
He's an ugly man.
For Tommy Muley, whose face looks like Walter Matthau in every movie he's ever been in.
Thank you.
My name's Pat Duffy. I'll see you tomorrow at Boot Barn, and we'll see y'all back here Monday, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.